we scheduled it to start at 1:30, but the reading actually starts at 2. Do you want me to have the live stream just going, or should I wait?
I would wait it on about another 15 minutes.
Okay.
Unless you think it's going to be confusing. No, people know it starts at 2.
Yeah, people know it starts at 2. It's just, I don't know if someone would go to it early, but then they're just kind of watching us talk about, have this conversation
I know, I've noticed that at the Cinema Poetry Project, and I would watch early, and sometimes it'd be fascinating, but not this view. You just can't point.
Yeah, alright. Oh, you know what? I think I'm just going to leave it.
You're going to leave it on?
I'm going to leave it on, because there's...
So we have to be careful what we say.
Yeah, we have to be careful what we say.
What can you just turn the mic off?
Good idea.
Until...
Great idea.
That's brilliant.
I think that's it.
It's just delayed by like 10 seconds.
But you can hear me?
Not yet, because it hasn't gone. This reality hasn't gone to the way. But
I think that's it.
yeah, it's working.
It's working?
Yeah.
You can hear me? Okay. So, good. Great. We're live.
You can turn it off.
Those watching the stream will probably start in 15 minutes. Those watching the live stream, you will start in 5 minutes. Hello, everyone. Thanks for being here. We're going to start. So, in between each person's section, at the moment, Marie will come up and announce your name so you know it's your turn. And there's a copy of the book up here that's marked for you, so you know when to begin and end, based basically on where the last person dropped off. So we're doing, as we do this every year now, for about 1,000,000 years, we've been doing this. Important book that Bernadette Mayer wrote in one day on the winter solstice in the 70s. It's also our fundraiser, one of our fundraisers for the Poetry State Forest. And we're busy trying to maintain the house. We did work on the front porch. We built the library, and we're about to have some residents come stay here to work on their own writing. And that will start in January. But it'd be great for people who can to donate, and they can go to the website and hit the PayPal button if they choose. And here, for those here today, as the day goes on, we'll take a break halfway through the book. We set up a merch table upstairs, which has some nice books and Poetry State Forest t-shirts. So check that out. Stately, you came to town in my opening dream. Lately, you've been showing up a lot. I saw clearly. You were staying in the mirror with me. You walk in, the hills are green. I kept you warm, placed in this cold country in a town of mountains. Replaced from that balmier city of yours near the sea. Now it's your turn to fall down from the love of my look. You stayed in the hotel called your daughter's arms. No wonder the mother's so forbidding, so hard to embrace. I only wait in the lobby, in the bar. I write. People say, "What is it?" I ask if I must tell all the rest. For never since I was born, and for no man or woman I ever met, I'll swear to that. Have there been such dreams as I had today, the 22nd day of December, which as I can now remember, I tell you all about if I can? Can I say what I saw in sleep, in dream? And what dreams were before you, your returning arms? Took me like a memory to the room I always return to. When thought turns to memory's best love, I learn to deny desire from an acquired habit of vigilant fear. Till again, to my nursed pleasure, you and this love reappeared like a story. Let me tell you what I saw. Listen to me. You must be. You are the beginning of the day. When we are both asleep, you awaken me. I am made of you. You must hear what I must say. First, I thought I saw people all around me, wondering what it is I write. I saw up close the faces of animals. I slid down a long grassy hill, past everyone doing everything. I was going faster. There were no streets to cross, no dignity lost. A long story without pausing. I was racing. No one approved of what I was learning. I saw a woman's daughter. We met on the stairs. I saw everything that was ever hidden or happening. I saw that my daughters were older than me, but I wanted to see further. Nobody, including you, of all the people doing things, was approving of my sliding like this down the long tilting hill, past the place to play and all the past. I saw the moon's last quarter in the southern sky at dawn. Then I saw the shawls of the dream as if they were the sky, and the dream's dark vests, and the dream's collar and cuffs of black leather on the dream's black leather jackets. I was alone in the dream's dressing room trying on different styles of tough gang wear or rain gear. In the dream, my daughters Sophia and Marie are always with me. Then we climb a mountain to the Metcalf's house. Nancy's fixing us the 18 intricate course of a Japanese dinner. We sit at a counter curving around the kitchen, like what they call a kidney shaped pool, eating hearts of heads of wet and red and green lettuce, high and balmy state of friendly love. Then Paul takes us all on a trip. A while ago, the Japanese lady who lives next door smiled when Marie smelled the fragrance of her cultivated rose. Sometimes dreams is so rampant, so wild, as to seem more luxuriant than day's repose. So without riot spreading everywhere, how can I be both here and there? Then I found a message in an oven sized book on the way to Allen Ginsberg's nursery school, where Ken Kesey was conducting a big picnic. Then I saw all the buildings of New York drawn to look like the illustrations in a children's book. I dreamed. The road was so slippery from a truck's oil spill. We had to stop at a truck stop. Though our friends who are ahead of us might lose us, all the food in this place is served in a big dollhouse. And the salads in a hat box. They're catering to us. It's hilarious. Suddenly we all crack up. We say, we don't just eat from the desire to see a vine, which today is called a chicken sandwich. You do seem to eat because you wear a hat, and so the hat's box is empty and must be filled with food. Do you see what I mean? It was a special restaurant. I was with Grace Murphy. Then I dreamed I was ordering pom poms, not those ornamental tufts on hats, and not chrysanthemums, but a kind of rapid fire machine gun. Really, I can't figure out what's good and what's bad. I know I want to awaken feeling some remembered perfection for which I crave a homeopathic dose of evil, like the hair of the dog in the proverb, to offset the unsteady state of memory. What man or woman could this be involving? So fleet it is indulging. It's not quite flying, but dreaming, flaunting the short lived continuality of a sound, like a hummingbird's. What is a story? Can I say that here? Or should I wait till later? Whatever the question of life's chronology of satisfying the favored senses might better gratify the falling course of the grave day, as I must come closer to the inevitable waking up like a dying man is dying, spoiling the favor you might grant me to extend this liberal time and remit my punishment due, though I've confessed already and been forgiven. Are you going to convince me there's nothing more to dream up, like sins not committed, but related anyway? To cover innocence, always listening to everything you see, watching the sounds of the day? Wouldn't it be possible to eat everything, all the collected foods, even you, and one's self, like the dinosaurs just dying out in some unaccountable hungry fall, cuttingly saint like? The night cometh when no man can work, and David saw Saul come out to his work. I dream.
I vault the fence. There's a cheerleader who needs to be kissed and caressed. It's like a blizzard. Like my father, I lost my color when I died. I go vaulting over the consequent fence, and with my ambition, I meet Gregory Peck. I always do. He looks like you. We go to the movies again. We go to two. We always do. And all the children are put, thrust, driven, goaded, impelled, and flung, urged and pushed into bed. Then I can dream. We move again to the house where I was born. I'm wandering and forgetting. We are arranging what rooms of each of the children will finally sleep in. Do you sleep in the hall bedroom? Or is Andrew still alive? Who's like Bill? Or Bill's like him? The state of things in dreams could kill friendship if I told all, even to Uncle Andrew, who's a lot like who's also a lot like Clark. Anyway, I know we must share this copied house with my grandfather, another Andrew, who is a little mean. Now everybody's here in this room and we are a party to death. I look at the old uncle who is still young Andrew or Bill. I am trying to remember where in time I am. I study his face, but all I see is plain expression. Not the look of a man who's dead and knows it. Like something or someone nobody absolutely needs to know. I decide not to say anything about it. Already I've looked closer without moving to him. A man without responses, but that's beyond all this. I say to myself, in dream, it's all the same. All the people in this room will surely die sometime. Who cares which ones are already dead? I'm just here now, in my dream, like I always am, among the charms of sweet Andrew, charming Bill. I can't go on. Is there an end to such love and the duty of dreaming? Things seen, eyes closed, not seeming to be dreams, like the blackest edges once I saw outlining each leaf in spring one year, or the jewels I saw with grace lying together before a thunderstorm. I could suggest to her then, and she to me, what kind of thing would appear to us next. In the train of the vision moving from right to left, under love's closed eyes. I hope you can see as much. When I try to suggest among lines of the evaporating word what idea I've seen, what image each dream heard, there's no end to a narration of forms, from all the ways of looking, eyes closed.
Now I see what's ordinary like a sky, or whether I can hear without ever looking, as blind people suddenly given sight somehow will abhor it and shut their eyes again to be more conversant with the actual view. And I know you too can see better in the dark. Love in any way behind your quiet shoulder. I dream waken and it's day. I wish for the night of our reassuring love, daily taken to the market and all kinds of stores, to be ridiculed and fooled, ignored and reduced, daily tested by the tedium of uncondensed routine, long mornings and lightless afternoons that exist in time till the night for both our work and love make us feel love is the same before we had children. We used to work all night, eyes open, then sleep. For the day, eyes closed to people's mornings. If we could, we'd walk out independent, seeing everything so benefiting us. The sun and moving, then sleeping among our bright love. The path of the sun becoming a modest warning of something we were studying. Now that our days are full of normal parts, it seems we have all lived forever so far. Eyes open, eyes closed, half open, one eye open, one closed to the coming day, past's insistence, dreams' vivid presence, no one knows why. Though you can see all I say with half an eye, I always have an eye to fascination, catch my eye. This meditation, not on sleep, but on awakening, with dreams, with everything quickening, you and I survive this work and rest, not so much lost. We only seem to dream as quickly as we live, one for the other to make up time, and it's as if today I had someone else's dreams. Everything's the reverse of what it seems. Alone at last, I'm also with you. The weather's fine, the sky's not only blue. Like long preludes, I dream I don't want to get into this, but it's soothing and exciting, like weathering this desire for you. You are being blown, maybe away, maybe from me by two men, maybe they're women, I don't know. At Ted and Alice's house, it's like love. I was mad, I was jealous, it was like love. It must be that dreaming has its effect on dreams. Lying on a bed, in the dream, Ted is on the phone like the Thomas Edison, Tom, Ed, or even John Thomas in the on the anonymous electrician that he is, he said. And Alice said, it's silly to be dead or jealous either, but I feel mute, dumb, and mad, and thus alive to those women, or are they men, who are giving you a blowjob or at least repairing you, which has something to do with something Alice said and something Bill said about the dangers of another. The other is too. Is this a clue to wake up from dreams and see what I'm forgetting? Then a woman I was watching was laid, forgive me, on a table for something medical to be done, like the glimpse of a scene I innocently noticed in a movie on TV. God, please let me be released, like all songs' version of all loss of love. From the movie version of any of my memories, let me go. Incident in San Francisco, let me be. I've seen all this before just as innocently. Do I have to add that in this sense I'm an incestuous, guilty whore? Please love me anyway, even if I dream my blood must be exchanged for the blood of another relation. Before your eyes, made new like my old reputation. Something was introduced into the system or taken, an operation no clearer to me than I've made it to you. Sorry, that's how it was. I was watching a woman and something was being done to her tentatively, then recovered. We sat down together to eat a large, flat, dull, dry cake like awful life. I broke it into pieces in my adolescent plate. Mothers and fathers, beware of these bereft dream cakes. Not like Nancy's mother's milk potato pancakes, but dry and without salt and fat preserving life, desultory and unleavened like communion, as pleasant to taste as the host eaten at a funeral mass. I do take in this sadomasochistic ceremony, obviously not medical, but cannibalistically sexual, primal, and hereditary. It reminds me of Marie's fascination with watching Sophia's response to pain. And in this revolting sextet of dreams, while there are two of everyone in every scene, I am watching and hungry to wait while something's done to someone, not me or Bill or Nancy or Andrew, but Lewis, who, if I need him, can stand in dreams for my entire past. Not to speak of his love for Bill and Bill's for him, Nancy's mothering, my love for that pleasure, for her. Paul and Bill and Lewis and all their parents. Formidable Adrian, not Paul and Nancy's daughter of that name, but another one who's dark. The dream's not exactly fair. Their other daughter's name is Anne. Nancy's had two girls, so have I. So did my mother and Beverly. That's Bill's wife. There are two Bills. And so, to take a breath, if Bill and Paul and Lewis could be fathers to me, because each is a man who has two daughters, then they could also be the two men in the dream who became two women. Must I go on? Ted and Alice have two boys, and Ted could be short for Theodore, my father's name. So even if the two men were Ted and Alice's two sons, it's clear the women they became were my two daughters, seducing their father. Do you see what I mean? No wonder I was so mad, and that's why the woman had to have an operation, Bill said. An old Greek woman he used to pass on the street saw him with his two daughters and said, "A big man like you, why not produce sons?" If Lewis is my father and my daughter is my mother, after whom she's named, then all this confusion in the dream legitimizes the scene, and it is not incest. First, girls as infants love their mothers, who are women. Then girls learn how to love men unless they become homosexuals. Boys love their mothers first, too, and can continue to love women when they grow up, unless they're homosexuals. The mothers of men and women are always being loved more later by sons than by daughters, who seem to love fathers better, but that's the way it is. They say women love later in a more complicated way than men who never had to learn to change. The sex of what they call the love object, though they might have anyway. There's more to it than that, like a woman's identification with a hat or the ground, or a man's with cars, wars, or the other way around. Bill said his brother belongs to the Hare Krishnas, who only want to have sons, not daughters, like the old idea of throwing them into the river. This dream unnerved me. Famous Lewis isn't Theodore, gift of God, nor is Ted. I'm not Marie Anne Bernadette. I'm Bernadette Frances Catherine. My daughter has a teddy bear. Fuck this shit. Let's get on with it. Let's die of fucking respect. This respectable mourning is fucking forbidden. Day's desirable plans are dressed like dreams which sell the whole of what I already bought once. Back to me, night's ideal, to become a part of day's dalliance with the logic of dreams art. I'd like to open a stationery store in a small New England town. It'd be called the Scarlet Letter.
I dream I'm Lillian Hellman meeting Jane Fonda. I don't know why. As far as Lewis's Aunt Julia is fine. Perhaps it's because Heather, a name like Pearl, is the name of the printer's daughter, and his business is called the Hawthorne Press. Which reminds me of another dream about a luncheonette. Like this random rhyming, this joint was Puerto Rican, and like Mike's Variety, which used to sell stationery in this narrow town. It was a long, narrow place, kind of what you might call a hole in the wall. In the dream, we live upstairs, like the local grocer Reno Chimini, who reminds me of the Borgias or a burger, running a place you can run down to for coffee to go. In the dream, they served hot spiced jelly at a clean white counter. The jelly's on a lazy Susan. I feel I'm on vacation. Keith Thompson, Heather's father, is behind the saying how hard it is to run a small business. Just like Hawthorne, he says, who ran a bookstore, combined with a pepper mill, as we all know. Maybe it was just called the Scarlet Letter in the dream. I can't remember. It's night. I stay a long time. Then you come limping and staggering down the street. Lewis, why are you so old and so sick? Then I see it's not you at all, it's only my mother. And once again, I help you down the street. You're complaining. I remember you're interrupting all my fun, dear Lewis. When I imagine something's wrong with me, I immediately attribute this weakness to you, and in this way, I make you stand in for my mother. As I'm sure most people who live together secretly do. I do apologize. I know you are completely another. Then Bob Callahan, pretending to be Don Bird, came to snap our picture, and we felt he might steal our souls. He had a craggy old face, like the detective in Nicholas Freeling's books, Henry Castang. I looked at Bob's face while he posed us. He said, "You must hold still for 2 whole minutes." The camera starts buzzing and clicking by itself, like a time exposure gone haywire, except you could see inside, to the shutter and the lens, like a lentil. All the secret future. Then I said, "Please only do our profiles. It's much too long to look." And that's when someone brought in my old broken trunk. We were going to use it, but I guess Marie broke it, and the whole inside or lining of the trunk was coming out. I think to myself, I guess that's my body. And this means I'm dreaming isolation is more healthy than having a family. Saying this seems to make sense. Then I said, I guess it's really broken and cannot be repaired at all. And that's the end. How suggestible as in a dream of leaves under fluorescent lighting. Next, I dream I am imitating your handwriting. These dreams are like arithmetic by Plato. I can count and figure the shadow of each mother, daughter, father, each representative. I dream a strong brown woman, not a black woman, but a woman named Brown, who stands for a rich, motherly woman, has us to her house for a party. It's a house like an institution with a gymnasium. Then Cadillacs and big Lincolns and Mercedes Benzes all line up by the side of the road for an assassination. There's a meeting of men, all the sons of the people of the world at the party, and suddenly men on motorcycles come and assassinate all of them. We're standing directly in the dream's line of fire, Sophia, Marie, and I, but we don't get hit. Then we have to tell the woman her son is dead, shot by a gang of assassins. There's a complication. She doesn't seem to notice us. The party's moved to an indoor swimming pool like in Alphaville, where people dive into the water while they're being shot at. She says, it's a happy occasion today. And we all say she must be a strong woman to deal in such a way with the death of her only son. The way daughters in law in books murder the rich mothers of their husbands to steal money and property and love away from them, like in Sabine, where an old woman poet is murdered because of her house. This is the mathematics. I'm the mother and the poet. Something is inferred about an artist who died. The daughters are intact. The dream sons are murdered. What's the equation when the mother of the fear of daughters is the artist, not the patroness of double sons? Has she lost less? Is she the opposite of strong? They say it's a happy occasion when a baby's born. They say about the weather, what we curse, we bless. The rich woman now stands for the mother, and the only son who died is the father. I can't continue with this.
I've read this part before. Then Gregory Peck sat in the front seat of the car and kissed his girlfriend. She was only 10 or 11 years old. He reminds me of you. We were at another party and he was on the phone to Hollywood. Who are the sons of Solomon? I denigrated the wine as being too sweet. Then the maid pointed out each bottle still had a price label, $26.75. How prodigal all these rich people are, like the trees. I tried to find a way to get free of the indulgent rigidity which made me resent good wine in a dream. I poured some more, but the room was so crowded, the glass overflowed. Then we went to sleep, and I fell from my innocent bed almost in time to be caressed by a desirous Gregory Peck, you again, who used to be my mother's favorite actor, the man in the gray flannel suit. Why do the boys shout on the small town street at night and crave the speed of cars? There's a girl who used to stand on the corner in the middle of town all day, or sit across the street on the town's park bench, waiting, I imagine, to score something. The arithmetic is too personal, but fathers do have daughters, if they don't have sons. And Matthew Tannenbaum, whose name means Christmas tree in German, has a snapshot of a 12-year-old girl on his desk in the dream. I get a quick casual kiss from Mr. Gregory Peck, though I'm falling out of bed from desire for his prick. I seem to be dreaming about all the rich mothers I know, who in an image might lose their sons in wars, while traditionally daughters give their fathers pleasure, in the idiosyncratic case of my dream obsessively, mathematically subtracting from the pleasure of the mother, of daughters whose husbands will inevitably want to murder her, while the father's in bed with the daughters. Then won't the sons-in-law want to murder him? I've gone off the deep end. Dreams like obsessions are a relief not to think about. It's all counting and figuring wrong like arithmetic lists. Rich American people seethe within big cars, expand without, ever breaking the unaesthetic table with their frenetic fists. The best dreams are free stories, like a present of food. I want to have a big dream about only leaves, or a place I've never seen which interweaves, not with the old subtracted love of which I am bereft, but the unequaled new, what I can't count, with which I'm left. I saw another dream plane and a mechanical horse. So complicated, I woke up before I could get on it. I was reminded of finding out from dreams what a story is. I was strongly invited to remember as an ember that the fairies terrified us inwardly. Even Peter hated me. I had to take the blame for being in a house without fortunes or beer, in a flat, sandy town around the corner. From the mountains at the beach, we swam the channels in lanes, but the fairies terrified us. An old man, a transient, needed a cheap, peaceful place to stay for a few days. He couldn't get the words out. I listen, being patient because I'm also old, and I've learned to sit up straight. We lost all our money speculating in beer, manufactured like company matchbooks. I was in a lot of places like policemen go to. I explained all this. People, animals, and plants do what they do today again tomorrow. This is something I can't say about you. It follows that children take a long time to grow. We speed it up, but everything is slow, like the Straits of Gibraltar. Before I was being at the understood place, existing or happening now, I guess I was in process and in contrast, with past, and future. Today I'm the present writer. At the present time the snow has come. At this moment we won't starve. At once the fairies terrify us, and we need red and green peppers with our contrasting hands. At a time, very close to the present, I want to get a tight pair of pants and dance. With you, with things as they are, now and then. Just talking to talk or reading to read, and exchanging great reading with others. Someone says don't sleep tight, and don't let bugs bite. Now we'll never know. If the dough I was needing was Play-Doh or cash. I don't, do you? Just now people need Christmas money. Sweet, thick-skinned red and green peppers. Gimme yours. Nowadays that's not funny. Now and again, I always need you. Don't be absurd. Go back to sleep.
Come now, it's Midwinter's Day today, a day to cause the sun to stand still as it will anyway, at a point on its ecliptic furthest away, and from now on, they say, things will turn our way. To me, the sun complains of such a phony culmination, the great mistaken circle of this celestial sphere. Such sun's apparent annual path, man's mere erudition, old egocentric notions of who is who and what is where. Here, winter makes us wet and cold and old, like a man of 80 winters who will keep his hot food on the rickety stove, like stories told, to pass midwinter night and never sleep. It's December. It's the dead of winter. Remember, sun setting red on the hill of red trees, cold dusks, blue clouds, white skies. I count the days. I dream. It's okay. So much stuff in dreams seems to come from books. It's as if the sun does revolve around the earth and everyone is writing about you. All the authors are my neighbors, and everyone is in a restaurant on Madison Street in a trash novel locale in Ridgewood, Brooklyn, Queens, New York, where I grew up. My mother never drank no liquor at all, just an occasional social highball. Morning mist, grasshoppers. I read everything upside down. Who can I trust to hold the babies now? I follow the map. I can't remember last September. Words, please be quiet. These ideas are like beans and peas. Warsh upstairs, below a behaviorist, next door a Porsche. Everyone puts up a sign with a name on it. Don't malign others, so my mother might say. I never know what she might say. She won't go away. We all hear voices if we talk during the day. Can we trust words to hold? Every day is a holiday of obligation ends. Speeding jets to jet ports is now allowed. I'm getting old, or even thought beneficent, deemed efficient like a voguish misspelling. Hurry, hurry, get your penultimate forbidden Sunday, or else your mother tells me people still dress up for some occasions. I try to give the reading, but I miss the words because my poem is a map. Marie, there are just no words in this book, only pictures. I stumble for love while whispering to cover yet another version of Pilgrim's Progress I've cooked up, to dress my thoughts more primly, to grimly undress myself. I drink more big bottles of obsessive beer, bush beer, or butch beer. It's mother's milk, bitch beer, sweet sugar milk. It's touch beer, German bush tribesman's beer, beer left for me by my loud and thoughtful students. I'm still whispering, or is it forgetting all the words, just the names of some heroes and heroines of the past, to whom I thought I could safely entrust the baby's mysteries. Who is Constance? Freud, Pound, and Joyce are fine, feathered youth's fair weather friends. I take that back. Better not to mention them, or it's the end. In my childhood house's hall, she is a feather, and I am a mother. There's no real words on paper, that's all. And if I seem to write, I'm another. Then came the movie stars, this father weight. I was told to go rest up in a whorehouse for a while, then go and think, but not like a train.
Where to put the penis? Sophia's vagina bit a boy, but it was both ways. He actually bit her a bit. She couldn't understand why he put his fingers in it. Then she said, maybe you'd want this brown paper bag. Marie put her foot in the mother care catalog. The rain, it's raining on Charlotte Corday, winter's coming in, the doorway of the foul Bombay subway, and the ships at sea in Spain. Child's garden of verses. Worse things could happen. You could have married me, and I'd turn out to be Ava Gardner. Then you'd see a double. David said, "You see, I'm a half poet in a child's detective coat. My instinct is to sleep in your old or that man's cellar. You see, I'm man, woman, or boy, girl at once. A car starts up to find us out hiding. You say, let's move the pillows so the driver won't see. He shows us his wardrobe in a wardrobe. He says, you see, I had to move to this cellar so nobody would steal my check shirts. You and I walked away from the table, but the street as home was dismal in this stumbling child's life. Poetry's crowded all up again in anybody's roomy car, fucking up all the gears of any day. You say his or her highness is iterating something splendid. You owe world living, so world is owing you. I dream everyone is doing something like delivering sun. I get nearer to the face of the moon. Someone says, I wanted to see Grand Central one more time. Before you remind me again, death like everything I had tried to foresee couldn't have been any other way. I love the bending window. I dream it's a sandwich, but the bread is the meat. Your echoic lips dispel the pretty dream scene. I ask you then for toys and quick machines and Romanesque and Grecian westerns with lions. This eats this better than this. I dream the dull moon's rehearsal for a day is a leaf, spread like muffins with butter from the trees. I just ate 30 of them, or 31, or 32, or 33, or 34, at least half over. Yet your secret lover still asleep, hear the world's displeasure as of a mother. If she dreams of a man at whom a pie was thrown, if she dreams of awakening alone, it's the Annunciation again. I hate the dreadful patience of all these saints. These cold, stunned flies can't even move, lying casually covered in pain everywhere near my bitten neck, my drafty desk, my lesbian pencil. And so they bite me, winter flies. They can't die. As quick as I rush to the window to know the time of day and what's across the street to meet us when we wake, I'm impatient with excitement to invite you to share what can't be seen. Every morning, I think I've become the new weather, like embroidering something after, trying to remember the half lies of dreams. A day halfway between fall and spring, to which I bring the past will rest exchanged and forgetting, but for you to whom I turn to sing. From the vigil sleep has kept will arise, hopefully with vigor like an unwise plant. We'll come to our senses, excited and lively, like a watch kept on the eve of a festival. My devotions are held by such an eye to you. If I'm going to die, I think I'll paint your portrait formally to make us feel important in a style filled with messages and learned as if we're famous. I wonder what I don't see. I wonder what I see. Children cry at everything. They don't know logic, like a habit you hide through another admires it. You're bent for secretiveness or mystery, gratuitous benefits, like if humans could fly. I still think sheep for sleep not being learned yet at all. Not only did Stein write at night, but for mornings she's forbidden. Remember, I remembered to put out a new pencil for myself. Otherwise, Shakespeare, I did want more. Sense of senseless helplessness, its fears not reformed like a Catholic, before he can begin again. Better for her to forget it. What was it? I said nothing. I said surely I would have to change from being this drunken, unreformed sybarite to being a more sober mother. It was nothing forbidden, just fruit for more sleep, the way sleep can also be ideal. Hawthorne never wasted paper, his hands so cramped by the Berkshire weather, he fit more words in. Remember when William Shire put cherry gelatin in my drink in the dream, and then the mail truck came to his studio and lurched and pinned me down? I was involved in creating a soup with pickles in it. It was the perfect soup. There's no end to these dreams. If only I could remember to solve problems. What is hot pickles connote? I dream with the streetlight on my face. If only loss were less exotic. What time is it? I used to feel one way as a child awakening, and do they once went on forever. Now athletic in the seasons like poetry. I am refusing to understand what I mean. But you're doing some kind of moving too, insensate concantations of two minds banging things in bed. Bed's a solid word. What's this lethargy in limbs? I don't stop to prove I'm not so old. Now I'm somewhat old. The winter is old. We dream, we yell, making unheard of noises. It's sweet to wake to some extent. I wonder what we'll be like when we're really old. Some old people live on one can of soup a day. The soup of too much thought seems to be making us rusty and hungry. I remember dreaded childhood wakenings in the ice cold room, wondering if there's time to put laid out clothes under covers to warm them before rush to dress, sometimes forgetting some of the underwear. Grandfather wouldn't waste heat. They shoveled coal into a furnace. The room was still a dark one. These pillows are walking away with my affections. Walking in Great Barrington almost perfectly in the path of the rising sun, so as never to miss anything. going to sleep there alone in the dark, silent, isolated house with so many secret rooms, not my house. Usually there are dreams of the unexpected extra secret room down a hallway which extends the house into the world. This room happens to be red, white, and blue. I wonder what are some new things to drink? Breathing love, do I deprive you of anything? Tea's always something to drink. Ted once said cheese isn't food. A long day in which to reform all this adoring to something. What is it? It's bad enough in midwinter if nothing else happens. I might get used to becoming you and no one would think that was good. Then I'd feel lost as a simple body. We are not going to exactly the same tasks every day and beginning with warm feet. You are too nervous anyway. We repeat a lot because of the children, which I can't get used to saying. They don't know logic at all. It's okay to say kids, but when someone says the kid, I don't like it. Small babies or infants are supposed to, in the mythology, to be women's penises. I meant to say psychology. Marie would like to have one, so she puts a shirt or a ruler between her legs. I think she thinks about her diaper as a penis, and so she doesn't want to lose it. Mabel said we forget how comfortable they are. What did I ever lose anyway? Not a hair of her head? Here's my license. I never used it, like your father's diploma. He's a lawyer and a real estate agent, but he never practiced. What an asinine use of the word, either of them, like the pencil in my dream. I wonder if Ted's is still in the electricians union. Is it wrong to steal rightly, just like memory? Who needs it badly? An affection like a scarf worn jauntily, or the noise of the buttons on my cuffs brushing the bed in time to a rhyme. Marie hears every noise the same. She doesn't not hear anything. The bed is like a typewriter. Sometimes I think the bed's a refrigerator with the holographic head of a man in dichroic color to be seen in ambient light on the door. I mean, the cover of the book the bed is. You do look all the same at some of the same things until the names of the objects might as well fall off. Then maybe you'll die. That's the scare of mornings. It's loose or lush like this or blood, but darker than it ought to be. It all has a beauty and a structure. I haven't seen all of it yet, like a story. I always forget the most important part. Go back black to sheep sleeps gray. Who'd read it anyway? Only the ones who already know me. It's no great mystery at this rate. History might pass us by as a group of unrelated people ordered out of the same house. We could be better poets just on the phone. I better hurry to accommodate family to see what's going to happen with them today. Every morning's the same dawning before it's talked about or told, like the dull man who wanted to tell the dream he had of you a week ago. Then he never said it. He just said it was recurrent. Doesn't everybody know everything or not? Please let me know. Isn't the truth always the same, firm as a tree? Is it an accident or pose that I say what I say? Can I look into the dream room and then run away? Then I'll tell you how each day is different. A tree, it's true, can be thought to be you. I don't know logic either. Babies are as if insane. Doesn't something, whatever it is, seem so diagrammed, not like a sentence, not like turning over to have another dream, but the consequent rest? What I mean is, once life begins, it has a stasis or a balance or a standing. That is what it is. It's not mechanical. What's strange is this: eyes, windows, children, words, even the seasons, not to speak of feelings. Sleep is ship's gray, deck paint put on the floor of an immobile house. This ship's deck of cards is spilling into the ocean unwittingly. I can't remember any more. I have to see something new, like a model or a star, so concerned with the figure of sun before air, through the window like a page near the invented bed we share, in a room we rent for shelter from the elements, as I am to speak, and I look out. There's no fiction in it. The supplicating weather is either this or that. Today, it's that saintly gray so far. There's nothing to it. Sleep is so morose, so loose and slack. To slip and sink in something like a lapse of something natural and regularly occurring in a condition of lack of what we call conscious thought. Sensation, movement, even love, just like death I slept. Now I know enough to ask, what do you hear when I listen? This morning I have both a heart exchanging a guilty love for everyone, for love is the same, and you, what is your substance and whereof are you made, that millions of strange shadows on you tend? Since everyone has, every one shade, and you, but one, can every shadow lend. There's something I want to say. I don't know how to put it. Brightest sun that dies today lives again as blithe tomorrow. But if we dark suns of sorrow set, oh then, how long a night shuts the eyes of our short light. Don't take what I say too seriously or too lightly. I'm sorry, never mind. I was just playing around. I'm trying to find what I guess I'd rather not know consciously. I'd like to know what kind of person I must be to be a poet. I seem to wish to be you. Love is the same and does not keep that name. I keep that name, and I am not the same. You, Shakespeare, Edwin Denby, and others, Catullus. I've got nothing else to say. The anonymous blue sky is gray. I love your being in my unresisting picture. All love seen, all said is dented love's saluted image. In the ending morning, nothing said is mean. Perhaps it's too long. I'm only learning, along with love's warning, to invent a song. Then for the breath of words respect, me for my dumb thoughts, speaking in effect. This was my dream, now it is done. Okay, part 2.
Sophia likes a cup of coffee to be in the picture too. She will climb the old trunk to the cold window without you in the room and then fall off while Marie is pretending to be me. You are wondering what it is you're doing. I pick her up. You are pouring oatmeal into the measuring cup. There's a chipmunk singing in time to his tail in the honey locust tree where the cat was treed, and a black bear in Windsor ran into the car of a man going west on Route 9. On eggs or ordinary toothpaste, fantastic pigeons who always live above us, murmuring, fly. It looks like right at us, but hit the roof to rest where there's a space between the bricks before they fly out again. One is all white. That cat and a skunk are always in the yard. Black tin cup made out of town, of mountains, of sky, the so-called true horizon, parallel to the sensible. Once I used to keep a flying squirrel as a kind of pet. The squirrel left the house in spring, the boundary of your favorite cup. There's jelly on borrowed feathers. I say that chipmunk who can speak is learning to speak as you say you want to read a book, which means look at it, so you demand of me, say it. Delicate tantrums and tints and shades of the same corner you like an aversion to memory's rudeness in the form of what we call voices. You are being too loud. If everything could happen at once, even as merely as only two babies crying and requiring everything but nothing at one time, the desire to control something as small as any destiny begins to seem like just will. Or what world doesn't have religion to pass us off as ruling, if not by law, then in the morning, at least for a while, we're only thinking of ourselves. My absorption in your clothes is only sensible. Why bother to toast the bread, but I'm willing. It's to make the bread warm. Here's a royal blue shirt and red pants put into the words of your eyes, not as dark as mine, but darker than his, whose eyes are impatient for a moment to see more than that you still need so much to be done in detail. For you, we can never seem to get out of the house. Winter flies are dying by the windows. We are never without at least one, as if we still know nothing, just passing the time because we can't seem to finish. They repeat after me, a mood, like you shout moon or mom as loudly as you can. It's all the same, you and I are like two transparent wings. The person and the people are these mouth-sized toys. Broken Mother Goose, Jack in the Box with Old King Cole on it clutters the hall with proper nouns like Donald Duck orange juice and Mickey Mouse Halloween masks. A real cow that milks. You say, no, look, and oh, first, though other noises came once before, to be better as sounds than nouns, as memory, or more than one of those like these clutters, which are made of all this, in all the rooms today, which will be cleared, and then will have been a mess like a person I'm fond of who's changed, not like a diaper. Look at this. See, you do. Which one are you? The book is said to be a duck. The color wheel reflecting you hiding, the bus, empty green swing for people, smiling tiger, nothingness puzzle, empty-eyed monkey mask right there, battered, stolen musical egg, look, bright old playgroup radio playing raindrops and so on. There's something about a thermometer you wouldn't understand yet. Silly, identical, grounded queen bees. You put things into things now. You empty cups and trucks on your own, articulating, oh and no, the same, grabbing for the 15th century Dutch woman who looks chiding. That's why I put her up. That polar bear won't go into that nesting cup. The potato masher in Marie's bed as good to eat as prone Cadillacs. I might want to give friends if I could, if they were given to that. You're conversing. Sudden kisses make you try to bounce without getting hurt by it, but then hurt anyway by my observation. Come as a distraction. You fall and get tired, and since I'm anxious to be done, I entertain the theory you've already forgotten for putting more of this into that and begin to take the first steps. Divided in the light, a length of day is measured more in numberless meals. Each of two children needs to be offered 2 breakfasts, but the tone of this tradition seems to mean today one of you needs more to eat nothing. She just isn't hungry, at least not yet. Grandmothers and books will say they have days like that. Other mothers also do not wittingly give salt. How many eggs could be bad for you if you're only one, or 3 like a bad one? Not that anyone should use the word bad right away. You say, do you think she hates her bib or is she finished? Some foods are tokens, like the cold round cereals once in the bowl. At least she's stopped standing up. Now tell her again to please sit down. The trees are getting cold. You wear a band of red velvet before the old kind of milk standing sentry in between 2 daughters. Did you feed the fish? Hold still, the short light is old already. Everything for you is momentary. You may even whistle for a week or so. We've rearranged the day again into another formal order. I'm hungry at the wrong times, like you, but I can't remember to stop to eat because you like the light are almost done. Formidable, ordinary order to present the day with at least a little concentration on fierce love, working like slowly building a house, only adding to it in seasons when there's extra time. More for that than this continuous keeping us warm, which the finished house will eventually do if only we had time to raise the roof. I did put the rest of the clothes away, though I did and didn't want to, in straight, regular rows in an arrangement of peace among a series of thoughts of the chaotic rank and still position of ourselves and where we fit in the system of the news of the day, a portion of which was submitted to the typesetters last night while we were sleeping and planned and laid out on the big pages in order of importance, which begins in the upper right-hand corner where the eye goes first. The rest is editorials and speculation. Some sensation, but no color to hide or uncover feelings like the mountains and so on better reflect. Old Harry is another name for Satan.
From the bedroom, curtains blue as ink I stare at. Red Godard floor, white walls all crayoned. From the bed raised on cinder blocks as Dr. Inkawa's midwife's request so Sophia could be born. Fake Indian cover Ray gave us for Marie, American Indian, and Ray's old real wool blanket, and all our sheets her gifts. Lewis, Aunt Franny's crocheted Afghan, and Tom's old sleeping bag. The mimeograph machine and its cover. Diaper rash ointment from the walls a butterfly kite. A leaf on a ribbon from nursery school. Mushrooms by Joe, an iris, and a gladiola by Rosemary. The gladiola painted here, the stuck clock, the window faces south, laundry on it, closet doors hung with jackets. Shawls, scarves, and Marie's dress. Closet floor boots, shoes, boxes, bags, baby carriers, and my broken inherited chair. That's the airport, closet of stuff, carpet sweeper, another broken chair. From there, I go to the kitchen sink, and you can sit on at the imagined forest window. 2 Corellis plants, too cold today. Now a wandering Jew, 2 related spider plants, one is hanging. Stones, dead branches, and collected pine cones. An old ghost and a Boston fern on the spooky refrigerator, in which is the food. Drawings of attempted faces by Marie that look like Cy Twombly, the dumb electric stove. George's red shirt calendar, soon it'll be over. The Lennox Savings Bank historical calendar. Pilgrims landed yesterday. Winter begins today, shortest day of the year. Lewis and Harris with Marie in a Bronx corridor. Little light, the, Afri- the African woman backpacking a baby. She's talking to a totem figure, a street scene by Raphael, and a German altarpiece Rosemary sent. A crude drawing of a nude woman by Paul, a poster of a panda on the door to the former pantry, now a house for 2 heaters, one for air, one for water, and the vent ducts and pipes for each. Old flower pots, the hall to the door, to the hall, full of boxes of angel hair books, the broken bassinet, now a toy box with turtles and cups in it, a small space full of brown paper bags and cardboard 6-pack, broom, dishes, and pots, fruit on the hood of the stove, bottle jars, teas and books, medicines, foods, and detergents, binoculars, the dishwater, vinegar, garbage, Lewis's mother, old Scotch cooler, spices, another of George's plaid shirts, coats on hooks, a red tray to the deadpan bathroom, a woman by Matisse in yellow and blue, and an ordinary Mercator projection of the world. Potty chair, diaper pail for cloth diapers, plastic bag of used plastic diapers, toilet sink tub, bath toys, an alligator that swims mechanically, and a shark with teeth that is a mitt and a sponge. Hideous old curling rug laying in the tub after yesterday's flood. Hooks on the back of the door, layers of clothing hanging on them. A mirror, ointments, and pills. Razors, poisons, and soaps, shower curtains to the main room, the living room. 2 leaping goldfish, cornflower plant, jade tree. Wandering Jew not doing too well. Another spider offshoot. Purple weed I don't know the name of accidentally growing in the pot of sedum. Christmas tree fern with a sense of humor. Whiskey, the main collapsing table covered with things, rocking chair, small wearing rug on the golden wood floor, 2 couches with things on them, public school chairs with arms for principals at table, shelves of books and books in boxes, boxes of paper and stencils, 2 ring binders of photos since Worthington, my desk I steer and things, a standing lamp Nancy got us, a jacket by Joe, and a blue shirt by George. A flower by Rosemary I don't remember the name of, a watercolor of done in Worthington, a drawing of Ted by Joe, a photo of Lewis by Gerard, pictures of the window out Main Street in different seasons, Main Street and Cliffwood Street, Our Lady of Perpetual Help Butterfly collage by Joe, a slinky male figure by Joe, a watch by George, some Kirschwasser, dead files, and dead flies, magazines and library books, toys and balls, a stereo, 4 windows, and the more frequent door.
An idea? Yeah. An idea I have is to spend days walking nights, writing, never eating, sleep only when it rains, and have an occasional beer. Instead of dressing in a striped green suit, you put a sheet between your legs and drape yourself upside down over the side of the bed, becoming hysterical. And then I know I can't rush you, but when I see you can't sustain it, I change the subject to something I know you want to know about and get the clothes on while you're still thinking, but it only half works. Now two are done. Below us, the ardent hairdressers are beginning to welcome customers like spoiled children by pretending to be decadently faggy to please, but they do please. I guess they must, their business thrives, which one of the other mothers from nursery school said to me was what we all wanted after all, though it seems cynical for me to say. So it's the hairdressers who act like dogs from the Greek root kainos. Next door, the real gay men have already left for work in different local restaurants as waiters and chefs, but one of them tired of his lover and recently moved out. Then they put a wrought iron grill on their apartment door, which you can see through unless they choose to close the little hatch behind it from the Anglo-Saxon Hagen. Downstairs, the behaviorist child psychologist may be waiting for patients he'll give candy to if they'll agree to have half as many tantrums as without the candy, and next to him, the old-fashioned Eagle Scout type young man-woman bakes some kind of mail-order pies for a living with different roommates. You can smell the smell of the pies mixing with the chemistry class rotten egg smell from the hairdresser's permanent waves. It's a 3-story turn of the century red brick apartment house where rich men's coachmen used to live with their families in the 30s in a small egocentric town. Your drawings look more like faces with 3 eyes now, no mouths yet, and occasionally an airplane or a low flower or the moon going from banana to carrot to orange every day and every month. Red, green, and blue like TV or what you seem to be wearing. Where's the chair? It's in the pail. Put the person in it. Is it the teacher's chair? I used to go to New York yesterday and have my hair shampooed. Maybe it's a sparrow. Maybe not. Maybe it's just a bird. Maybe you could get me a big watch when Peggy comes. Look at that moon. It's the middle of the night again. No, it's not. What an associative way to live this is. Dreams of hearts beating like sudden mountain peaks I can see in my chest, like other breasts. Then, in one vertiginous moment, I can forget all but the reunion and your original face. 2 shirts, each under overhauls, over tights, under shoes, then 1 sweater, outer suits with legs or leggings, mittens attached, hats and overshoes. Everybody wanting something or nothing to be done to them. Then one of the shoes falls off again. I have an image of a beautiful man or woman who walks in the door like Christ and earnestly spends some time with us like the UPS man does. If only people would read more books, but the world could still come to an end by colliding with bouncing babies, banging spoons on cups that fly off the table. You can't pick up something you see on a page. It's too windy. You now speak something like Japanese. We found all the people last night, and this morning they are spinning or poised.
I'm not playing. I'm cleaning, though I'm crawling around. Are these dishes clean or dirty? I'm afraid not. Shit. The trees lose their leaves so you can see through them. A man and a dog in a yard. A person who doesn't have friends must explain himself to strangers. Sometimes your mother does on the phone. Which religion is it that doesn't deny the lost self? Old morning prayers. Dear mother, dear mother. So for a second, there's a chill in the season's gray air, like warm structure and psychology. Tickle, tickle. I put the dozer. What do you call a person looking for water? On top of the Greyhound bus, douser, and push to distract you from eating a person like I did. I'm glad I don't have only one eye. He's the kind of guy who shouldn't work in a window. I mean, the printer. I learn from the rigorous laughing of love to be more quiet in the morning, especially if the dismal streets unearth a hideous memory of death. I've gotten so used to it. I'm sorry I said that. If we're all wrong about everything, the life so short and the craft so long to learn, the essay so hard, so sharp the conquering, the dreadful joy that passes so quick, and then being left alone again. What I mean is, love astonishes my feeling with its wonderful working so ardently, so painfully, that when I'm thinking about such certainty, I don't know, like the earth, if I'm floating or I don't know why we sleep or wake, or why one's dreams a fast, bombastic image, and the other memory's faintest trace, which anyway haunts the day. If you look hard through the flawed window glass, you can begin to see the lightest rain or snow, but it's not there. Now I can see it on the books and on the walls. It's in my eyes. I shouldn't even mention it, yet do you see it? The paintings are finished so fast. They are nice. What makes you know one is done? I can't see my eyes, but I can see yours painted blue this year, and I'm in them. The leaping frog broke. It's broken. Am I so modest as this time of day assumes I've learned? Have I lost my tough or punk part among these kids who write on lines between the windows, where I imitate them after they cover the walls with notes on making a face generous or a house or a cave? Is all the morning's cold-blooded conflict appointed to visions out the willful window? What are poetry's themes? Grotesque little figures released by a spring from a box when the lid is lifted by another. I jump up to rescue an old reputation for immoral misfortune as one who does low, dishonest work for another who suffers. My brother who pays me in sarcastic dogs for my writing, a swindle. I eat the leavings like the jackal after the lion is done. I know nothing practically like the wolf or a tasteless seed, nonetheless edible, a perjured witness, straw man, an imposter, a jackstraw, in a jumbled heap of pickup sticks in a game, the peaceful steps from earth to heaven, monkey to exaltation, Jacob's ladder, just a simple blue and white flower, my father. Have I left anything out? Why have I been forsaken for this joy? Now we're almost ready. Pity the race with the day if there's a reason to be sad. We're thinking ahead of everything, so as we're leaving the house, we must also be dying, but you aren't. With my gloves on, I gulp what you have left in your cup just in case something small would be all the difference. Still carrying you as a talisman, I'm dying to get to the post office.
Is Raheel here? Does anyone want to read the beginning of the third section?
It's the filth carpet margin.
That's what the vacuum's for.
Oh, it just tips.
Okay, so start here and read
Read
until
till
there,
the-
and then I'm the next
tag.
one anyway.
Excellent.
Okay.
Hello. Alrighty. Part 3. The dark brown stairs towards the doors of this house. Wisdom's gray sky remembers. Snow is white crystals. Hall mirror, misaligned and broken strollers. sex, and going out. What there is of snow icing the path plowed over the ground, which is a story. Earth's surface, lovers' intentions, astounded as no one's around us. A woman, 2 children, a man. Good morning or hello. It's not that cold. The gray brown mountains or hills are in a lifting cloud under are in a lifting cloud over under mountain road. Often there's a cloud on the town. The town is on a mountain or halfway up a ridge deciding north to south. North is the church on the hill and the older cemetery. Here lies the town's first settler, Jonathan Hinsdale, an innkeeper who had a daughter named Rhoda. South is the road to Stockbridge, north to Pittsfield. East is the rest of the village's houses toward another hill. West, the route to Richmond, formerly Ephraim. There's no river and no river valley. It's an arbitrary place for a town, just an inn on the road to fill up space. There are some brooks and ponds, Yukon, Marsh, and Lily. East of Lenox Center, the railroad runs along the Housatonic. Nearby, there are the former houses of Edith Wharton, Nathaniel Hawthorne, Herman Melville, William Cullen Bryant, and Edith Wharton's mother-in-law. The birthplace of W.E.B. Du Bois. The places Oliver Wendell Holmes frequented. Hawthorne said, I detest it. I hate Berkshire with all my whole soul, and would joyfully see its mountains laid flat. One knows not for 10 minutes whether he is too cold or too hot. Lenox used to be called Yunkintown after Chief Yunkin, a Mohican of the river tribe who lived by the Hudson. In good weather, they hunted in the Berkshires. Not fools enough to live here, what they call year round. Charles Lennox was the third Duke of Richmond, great grandson of King Charles II. Now the town's rich people live on Yunkin Avenue near the private country club and the invisible brook. Wisdom's wives and children surround the town like hills, all alone like soldiers. It's quiet. There's the air in the important post office. We open box 718, which is a drawer like the morgue. People are either smiling or mad because of Christmas. There's another birthday card for Sophia from Julius and Julia, a penny saver, a bank statement, and a bill from Weleda. No letters, checks, or invitations change the world. Lewis closes the mail drawer and drops his glasses. One of the lenses flies out and he throws up his hands and says, "What's the use?" Then Marie trips over her own boots and hits her head on a brick. Sophia's mittens come off. The disappearing scene from a dream I'll remember is lost. To companions of past exertion from the slight Main Street hill, I blink at seeing, being seen a little. I wonder why we write at all. These trees have been seen, these trees have seen all this before, but they are glad of an encore. There's the gray sky above Lilac Pond to the west, where the weather comes from. Someone stole the lights from the town Christmas tree. Often memory lends images into looking past the town close to the trees, into the forest I saw while I was rehearsing for this narration. It's a piece of a dream or a story or book, exciting invention. We cross the street getting in line for a poem from right of way. But the neat, dry bank is always the same big loss, even today, though the pigeons from Our roof feed in the yard next door. We are still as poor. A little courtesy won't kill you, it says. On the Commonwealth of Massachusetts 1978 car inspection sticker, lock it, pocket the key. In winter, you can see into the library yard from the street. 3 little kittens, and there's a wocket in my pocket, are overdue. We go in. There's a sign on the door that from the first of the year, library hours will be curtailed due to fuel prices. I feel the library should be colder and open longer hours. But I would rather see the downfall of the Shah. Everybody's biography is in the library. There's Noah's Ark. I go down the narrow Victorian hall to find Alone and Alive. 2 ladies talk of Bible classes. The man who tends the yard goes out by the locked gate. The loud noon siren sounds from town hall. The library clock chimes 12 times. We borrow Pepe's diaries. Oh, we'd borrow Peep's diaries. And Drinkwater's Book of Peeps. Bit Between My Teeth by Edmund Wilson. Alone, The Little Lamb, and Curious George. Tantra. And now we're coming for Marie. Oops, thank you.
Tantara. It's the sound echoic of the trumpet's blast. Maria Callas is having a tantrum in the library. She won't surrender her books. She won't put on her coat. It's a violent, willful outburst of rage and annoyance, like not having a room of one's own or the love of another. It's a fit of bad temper caused by the extremes of temperature. Nothing is mixed properly in her. She is excessive, rude, full of drama, intense fits of pitched proportion, freaking out. She is hard and soft at once, hot and suddenly cold, mad. She needs water. She needs kneading. She is not at all proportionate to the energy expended. How resilient is she? Her frame of mind is readily angered and enraged. She has a temper. It's a bad temper. She's really mad. Her bad. Her humor is excitable, volatile. Her temperament is choleric, hence she indulges excessively in this fantastic outburst of kicking and resisting, in which the pitch of the tones of her loudest screams is like an electrically driven car to the consistent sun's hottest spots. She is fiery and dark. Nothing tempers it. It's her nature. She is bored. She's magnetic. Her elbows won't bend into the sleeves of the dumb coat. She has the strength of 1,000 women and men, opposites. The veins in her neck bulge with rage, rapid and combust. She is exhausted, forced into the coat because of the cold. She begs kisses in love's collaboration with some remorse. The best thing is to take her away fast, make the change. She looks a mess from her bout with what's intense and what's not. She flies into a charming contrariness which totally belies that for her down was up and water milk. Breath unallowed and language the false start to love it is. How unknown it is. Leaping and flying into the cold we breathe. In winter, we are near the protecting mountains. In love, we are obviously close to rage. In another civilization, a simple temper tantrum might not seem as threatening as an isolating storm. Still, why not? But why do we live here? Incorporated in 1767, this town's not very old, like hot dogs and Pampers. Everybody who visits us finds it a kind of unwitting to walk around a town like any other, just a place. Except it's New England, which is defended, tight, and cold. I'd rather live somewhere higher, warmer, and a little freer, where money was like matches and words were wine. But as it is, Lennox is okay for us as a family, 2 writers and 2 babies, each of us whom have each other, still somehow beyond the community of local people, some of whom are limited, bigoted, stodgy, or mean. Others among them love nature and certain kinds of art. And a man we know who lives alone here says he's lonely. He just reads, drinks, keeps a journal, and sniffs cocaine. The town adolescents shout and skid around in their cars and leave half-empty bottles of Jack Daniels in the park. The high school imported a black man from Harlem to play on their championship basketball team, the Lennox Millionaires. And then the rumor is the schools are so bad, the students don't always really learn to read and write in sentences. Hockey's a big thing. I don't know anything about it. A lot of cars have Lennox Scholar Dollar Day stickers, which means they want to give money to the unathletic kids. Zoning, sewers, and taxes concern all the owners of private property, and the town is run tightly with an eye to tourists' money. But the industry, except for GE. Lewis's mother says we're snobs and only think about poetry. It's true. There's something about America that's unthinkable, like the style my mother thought she ought to be accustomed to because her mother had convinced her she was better off than all of this, whatever this is, but not good enough to slough off the religion of the simple joys of poverty, humility, and fear. And so she gave my economic father the business religiously, and they both died young, having said, if we don't spend this money to go on vacation, we might have to spend it if we got sick, without understanding that once bereft, we've more to lose, and energy in the world mainly comes from the hearts of the homeostatic people in it, who hopscotch around, either picking up the stone or picking it, and should be left alone without invasions or savings. Though there are masses and classes of people, I don't deny it. What but the impulse to move and speak can change the world? Where should we move? Who is this person speaking? Who am I speaking to? To you, whom I love. Can I say that? I can't stand to watch the people leaving sheer design. That's the hairdresser's place. Like the man from Atlantis or Farrah Fawcett Majors, or like men who invidiously wish to be like the unspeakable Shah of Iran in their dealings with the world. Now withdrawing, now attainable, rich with a drastic face for the hopelessly bitter people, or the old story of the ludicrous young man in business, flattering the aging women with the greed of his attention, to further and simultaneously subvert the relentless image of the attitude of his mother to his father. Maybe here my own moralism smacks of my neighbor's inherited tight lipped looks, these judgmental, rugged individuals tense in the rigid morning, like the memory of a funeral. Good day. I'll defend your dismay. Parents come to the hurricane to protest the children learning in the usual way to eat and adore. No, that's not what I saw. Just beyond the civilized town are places everybody goes by car. Sears, Zayres, and King's, Stop and Shop, and the Price Chopper, which is cheaper because they don't use union labor. Big mothers steer carts with kids past the things, and something called malls are the big things now, with indoor gardens and no windows where whole families can go even on the weekends for pleasure and to buy things. But the malls seem to ruin the lives of the local people and are all caught up in hideous deals with fraudulent corporations. From the outside, these agglomerations look like artless spaceships, buried into the ground, surrounded by cars and some trees in space. And one of the problems with them is that such blatant flatness creates winds so fierce in winter, one could not walk. Inside are millions of the objects of novelty and fast food to eat, in imitation of being rich like kings and being bought things, of being surfeited and entertained like queens vomiting, to be able to assimilate more, which there isn't room for, in the spaceless closeted private property house rendered valuable lately by the inability to see another house from it. Though in a state like this, it's nice to be alone. I'll trade you. We go on anyway. The hotel's deserted today. Red berries. This is the windiest corner of our walk, the most bitter. The southern boundary of the circumscribed town, branches fallen on each heart of every man and woman. They are invasion of the body snatchers. They seem to walk more tentatively, as we do, like a step on the ice of the wisdom of the temperamental sky. Like cars go fast because they mean everything head first. Like need and desire, money, fame, and all kinds of love. Now to creep without aggression or the protected passion of a real man or woman through this pile of beautiful ice, as if to slip away means nothing, has no word or expression, like a baby's desire to swallow all the eggshells. Like nesting birds, the strollers make a roar. Except for cars, we practically see only white or black or gray today. We look and we see peripatetic, like the police. The police, if it were noon, the noon siren would have just frightened us. Voting, the energetic town government, so clean and full of men, who make sure the eyes of the people, if nothing worse, avoid flashing and neon signs and flagrant cheap posters and designs, street vendors and the uncut grass. Last summer, they even cut down the only blackberry bush in town, and the library had to lose its two dramatic elms. James?
It's 12:50 p.m. Everything is circumscribed, but what if nature is still around? No place any different, but for the limits of fear and love. We love to walk for the rhythm of the heights, to write, going forward on foot, by sights, leaves the self alone at home. Something might happen or nothing, old lines, I might even die. Ice and storms could crack the maples in their immobile ages. Sentimental telephone cables are buried in the center of town, not with a view to Mount Greylock. You've done all this before. Nothing happens. Let's go over it again. You've walked around. We're near, we're turning near home. We meet the librarian who's got an interesting hat, if it's not too cold or hot. We see the whole town every day, 2 square blocks, with alleys, shortcuts, the town clock and 2 weathercocks, the lemon tree, chimineys, the crazy horse, lilac park, the first dentist, the dramatic post office, the academy landmark, Amico Station, Dr. Tosk's, Loeb's Food Mart, Hagyard's Drugs, Mole and Mole, the Lenox Library, Whitestone Photo, 2 icy fire plugs, 2 banks, Curtis Hotel, Town Hall, Firehouse, Police Station, Dee's Department Store, Four-Season Travel Bus Stop Combination, Different Drummer, Coffee Break, Candlelight Inn, Gateways Inn, Community Center, Kelly's Irish Inn, Paddle Wicker, Village Inn, Nora's, Little Anthony's, David Herrick's, The Pizza Place, Spiritus Mundi, Clearwater, The Greasy Spoon, Michelle the Baker, Buxton's Hardware, Elm Court Florists, The Bookstore, The Shoemaker, Heritage House. Just a second, I've skipped the churches and Church Street between Housatonic and Franklin, where the 2 package stores meet. The Golden Needle, Mainstream Woodworks, the former Yogurt Rhapsody, Glad Rags, the restaurant, the laundromat, and an art gallery. I skipped Hawthorne Press, which is off the main route, and the nursery school, go by foot. In the animistic city, we saw the street was our hallway, and in the country, the house, the mind. But this still village is an embarrassing relative. Below the flagpoles, a dedication to all men and women in all wars. Under men's stern hats, the suppression of all illuminating books. Behind their eyes, the hideous secret of the emptiness of stuff. In the center of town, an obelisk for the Revolutionary War. Under the counter, Playboy, Trojans, Tahitis, and contraceptive cream. On top of the two sisters' white brick house, a man on the roof. In the driveway, near defunct Rapid Repair, their bulldog defecating. In the greasy spoon, the acting chief of police eating liver. On Main Street, Mr. Mole gets into his Dodge Wagoneer. Nursing homes and housing for the elderly surround the town. There's a one-story brick institutional place with a parking lot in a small valley on Sunset Street next to William Shirer's house. There's a home for women in an old house at the corner of Main and Franklin Streets with a Japanese maple and tiger lilies in the yard. There's an odd place near the nursery school called Turnure Terrace, a low motel-like conglomeration of various connected versions of slightly different kinds of pseudo-colonial architecture, with a kind of fire station and an American flag in the middle of it. The residents of this place got mad when they saw nude kids waiting. It seems a lot of local people are more than 100 years old. They always say the secret is they never smoked or drank. Two of these centenarians are driven in an old black convertible as part of all the town parades. Shell-shocked war veterans live in a home in a house at the top of the Lenox Hill. They're a lot like us, always muttering to the invisible walkie-talkies and drinking beer and coffee in the doorways, leering at the children in a greater attempt at love or seeing than the bourgeoisie's idiotic fascination with a tantrum. Sometimes everyone in town seems to be a shell-shocked veteran. There's the man who smokes Marlboros down into the ground. We haven't seen him for a while. Up the street, there's the funeral home. Here's Nora's World of Fashion and the clumsy mannequin with one hand in the vestibule. Limitless childhood room without use between doors. Leave your boots in the vestibule, but don't get locked out. Jump up and down before you come to the Formica kitchen table of your forsworn house. Don't go to sleep if there's an ant in your ear, otherwise you'll die. Parked cars are like sleeping lions. Watch out. Safety from memory is the pathless woods at night. One day is one dark day. One day it's foggy. One foggy day's ice storm. One fog's rehearsal. One faster fog's threatening. One better snow. Snow's rehearsal. Midwinter day. One midwinter day's gray is better. Winter, one better. Do me one better. One faster. One ice. One day. One faster day, one winning fast, the snow is steaming, ice cracks. Even to evenings, unstable snow, moon past midnight. One night, we went out for a minute in winter to see the fog gather, and a deer or a bear made a noise like a horse next to us. We ran away. Once there was a banging at the door, and a raccoon was hanging outside upside down. Once when I was a girl, I answered the bell and Fred had put a lobster on the steps and run away. Once I had a dream, I went to the door and there was an American Indian and a lion. I used to dream it all the time. And in the middle of the night, in the room full of shadows, I used to tell my sister, I'm not me, I'm someone else. And then I would creep out of bed over to scare her. We took turns going down to the cellar alone in the dark. Hold my hand. Let's cross the street. Something about mothers, all of them. I can't remember how I met her there. Something inexorable about her. As if there were nothing completely new to offer or to render. As if whatever's new must be turned back and redone by force. Exactly the way we secretly know everything, if you believe that. I do. I can hear the voice of another, though I don't want to. In a voice I thought I had mine, now just rehearsing to make the future the past in little steps like a baby leaps, to simulate walking at first and then forgets all about it, only to remember to learn it faster later, like she imitates the movements of your lips, not the sounds. I swear I know it's only the fantastic hedonistic narcissism, like the mother who said, the best thing is he looks just like me, of having another self so half combined with your lovers and us, so stuck on our own mothers and fathers, that makes us willing to endure our own wills again in children and love them. Soft skin, the biological thing, milked by the Catholics, is that you die for them like a martyr in the urgency of love's preservation like a rule. The amazing thing is, they don't take so long to grow up and live without us. They'd never learn to love or even change. Should I say all this? I'm sure everybody knows it already. Even though we live neither in a tribe nor a community nor near a grandfather, but in these rude, private, and ignorant separate houses where love is like fame and fame is more like sin, and for love to be so tricky for a family is just asking for it. Something about mothers. A list.
I need to go to the health food store to get a bottle of milk and a piece of laughing grasshopper tofu. You think something like a book will change the world, don't you? I do. I take pleasure in taking the milk with the most cream. But I don't understand why we have to be repeaters like criminals. The bread at the bakery is lively, expensive, and pretentiously thick. My mother's mother was a stocky, stolid woman who rewarded us with intense glances through her spectacles and minuscule tips. My mother had a sharp intelligence, denuded by religion and remorse. Lewis's mother is tense, complex, worried, and empathetically competitive. Ed's mother was sharp and comforting. She was always praising you. Peggy's mother is long suffering, gracious in her Catholic survival. Grace's mother is almost virulent in her heady, raucous love. Vito's mother is self deprecating, kind, and masochistic. My first boyfriend's mother was jealous, suspicious, and sexy. Clark's mother is smart, praising, and very short like his father. Ted's and Alice's mothers sound adaptable to me. Of all the people I know, I sometimes think of Peggy, Nancy, Lewis, Grace, Ted, and David as being my mother now. But a mother is never another. She is still you, almost by rote. There are certain dead writers who are like mothers, who are more like moths, coming to the light at night like friends. You and I each learned to love so well, we even still love to steal, though we hardly ever do, since we met unless we have to, as if a theory of writing poetry is useful, whereas the poem is not. Let's go into the bookstore to see Matthew Tannenbaum, the dream figure of the boy father mother who turns into the recalcitrant bookseller as we do. I look over the shoulder of a girl flipping through the pages of a book of women's faces, all beauties, bigger than life, black and white, Scavullo on beauty. You study the poetry and read magazines upstairs. Let me tell you the titles of all the current books: The Suicide Cult, The Ends of Power, The Origin of the Brunists, Invasion of the Body Snatchers, War and Remembrance, The Winds of War, The Dogs of War, Dog Soldiers, Mommy Dearest, My Moby Dick, My Mother Myself, By Myself, Uncle, Mortal Friends, Nappy Edges, Tender Miracles, Song of Solomon, Delta of Venus, The Woman's Room, Ladies' Man, Six Men, The Water Method Man, Watership Down, The Night People, Shepherds of the Night, A Dream Journey, Daniel Martin, Delmore Schwartz, Edith Wharton, Time and Again, Better Times Than These, Centennial, The Professor of Desire, The Honorable Schoolboy, Heartbeat, The Third Mind, Jack's Book, Beasts, The Magus, The Flounder, The Fabricator, Words of Advice, Secrets and Surprises, Dispatches, Prelude to Terror, Full Disclosure, Final Payments, The World of Damon Runyon, The Stories of John Cheever, Someone is Killing the Great Chefs of Europe, Praxis, The Annotated Shakespeare, The Last, Best, Hope, and Chesapeake. Now, Marie says her boots are getting too hot. We run the few yards to the market in the deep and cheerful snow, to be insulted in our love by the profligacy of so much stuff, to market, to buy a fat pig, home again, jiggity jig. There's the state-line potato chip truck. We all go in the door of the mausoleum store, lit like a jail cell, to get spaghetti, oranges, juice, yellow peas, and some cheese. Someone stops us to say Marie is growing like a weed again, and they can't believe how recently it seems Sophia was born. I can't get Marie in the cart too well with her Korean boots on. In the back with the butcher, a woman judges a long slab of pork. Now I get to see it sawed in half under the buzzing fluorescence. Could you saw the bones, she buxom says, Mister? Don't you have any bones? What are you, a man or a woman today? I think I gave your husband the wrong cheese yesterday. That's okay. We live in a society where clean independence of the past seems best, and the ability to eat all that filthy meat is more prized than love, and poetry's family, which is hungry and impatient for munificent dreams and stories. Marie's had 3 oranges already. The checkout woman is surly. She throws the peels away and packs my bag. I write a check, $3.34. Louis, who was loitering near the lentils and peas with Sophia, meets us at the doors. Today, our combined ages add up to 71 years, and altogether we weigh 350 pounds. The temperature's 28 degrees. It's 1:15 p.m. We're going home with what we can have to carry, having had to pay for it, and the sun comes out. And just on the path, one last look at the mountains changing. Now they are crumbling like the wrong Roquefort cheese, and it's the end of the moon, having piteously given its last quarter to the dawn. World's end, beginning of niggardly winter, the nadir of some relation to the culminating sun, intensest of storms to come, sickening holidays, cold rooms, and running out of money again. Nothing to do but poetry, love letters, and babies. hope for spring coming to please us, because now we are parents, that love shoots mechanically from an automatic eye to the length of the line. The distance to its subject centered in a field of cheerful snow, past to the deep transparent trees, the sharp sensible horizon of the celestial sphere from which we will not drop off. And now I've a wistful desire to stay outside. It's not really cold, and roll with the babies in the snow till I get older. Maybe we could be outside almost all the time, like sex and lists of music to hear, to remember, to laugh at whatever's forgotten. Doesn't have to be gone out again for. Staying in, and sex is memory's intensity, the year's least day, lost in the house of love's safe locks, movements, chants, perfidy. I think we're taking an intermission.
There's books and things for sale upstairs, and then there's lots of food in the kitchen, even some soup.
We're going to take like an hour break, kind of so we can mingle and go upstairs and look at the books and t-shirts and things.
Hour?
Oh, yeah.
An
yeah.
hour?
Seems like a long time, an hour.
Well,
That's too long.
it's going to be.
40 minutes and then you might get started.
Yeah, you know, I'm talking to the people at home too, so it could be a half hour, it could be an hour.
We won't argue with you.
I mean, thank you. Thank you. Go upstairs, look at the books. 1 minute. 1 minute, we'll start again. I know a lot of people are watching at home, right? Did we lose you all? We're back. We're back. And nice. We'll see you. Eee. Yeah. Yeah, right. Oh, it's a marathon.
Yes, I recognized exactly what it was. But I didn't recognize where it had come from. Thinking it's supposed to go on this one corner over here.
So anyone who's still at home and didn't, you can go to the website and please donate. We're fundraising today, and there's a lot of carpentry in this house that needs to be completed. More bookshelves. The corner on the wall there, we have this molding that just fell down. The back porch is actually sinking into the ground. Ultimately, we're going to build a studio in the backyard and the old bungalow. So thank you everyone for being here. And Marie, ready? Are you gonna?
Yeah. Anders?
And then I'll tell people what to do.
Okay, so it starts here, and then it goes right there.
Yeah. Habitat for Humanity.
Should just go for it.
Just start, yeah.
Home. Clark's waiting for us. The last time Celia was at our house, she drew pictures of all of us and put whiskers on Lewis and Clark. The whiskers looked like small pins sticking in their chins. Getting married to climb the stairs is like the time I tried to drive to Nova Scotia in one stretch and the wheels kept flying off the car and we'd stop every 100 miles or so to have some soldered back on. It wasn't that the wheels flew off exactly, but we kept getting flat tires, and when you took the wrench and tried to unscrew the bolts, the whole thing, like a pin that kept the tire on, would snap off. By the time we might have been almost in time to make the ferry from Portland, we were so tired we had to lie down in the grass in some rest stop under the horrible sun, and later we got seasick and couldn't sleep on the boat that we'd paid to get a cabin to rest in. In Halifax, they sell miniature meat sandwiches in the butcher shops. Marie says her boots are too heavy for her to drag her feet up the stairs, but if she has something to carry, like her sheet or a branch or a toy, you can offer to carry it for her and she'll walk up. Or like today, one of us had to make 2 trips because of Sophia and the groceries. Clark's brought us a bushel of apples. It's already on the table when we come in. Once Tolstoy leapt on his father-in-law's shoulder in a moment of joy, and Wagner once stood on his head during rehearsals. He became so excited. Beethoven felt his father, his real father, and perhaps he was the son of some king or royal person. We have to wear so much clothing, it's as if we were in the Antarctic. Once, one of the Antarctic explorers got frostbitten and the soles of his feet came off. He had to sew them back on. Another's eyes turned from brown to blue. When they walked all day or all night trying to get to the pole, All they would talk about was food because they were so hungry. They would vote on whose idea for something to eat sounded best. I think this was on one of the Shackletons or Scott's expeditions. One of the winning foods was roasted meat wrapped in bacon and baked in a pastry crust. It must have been Shackleton's because Frank Wild invented a sauce for it that became known as wild sauce. But I can't remember what was in it. Maybe it was something sweet. They would dream about food all the time. They would dream the waiters couldn't hear them shout their orders, or when the food came, it was suddenly ashes. Clark sits down, but he can't stay long. He's on his way to pick up Susan and Celia to go to Providence for Christmas. Shackleton's men invented a game or a method of dividing up the food. They'd make equal portions, but everyone was so hungry that one man would close his eyes and say who each cup of what they called hoosh would belong to so nobody would feel he was being even slightly cheated. Marie is so impatient to get her heavy clothes off. She reminds me of Louis's parents who, when it's time to do something like pack up the car, create such an atmosphere of confusion where they each have a different idea of what to do next. And it's logistics that everybody in the family starts talking at once. And then somebody inevitably gets mad and says, "You do what you want, but don't say I didn't warn you that you were doing it all wrong." My parents also used to think it was important to be what they called systematic in their packing and unpacking. And Louis remembers how his father used to have to struggle to finally get the trunk of the car closed on all the stuff. My father once slammed the trunk closed on his own hand. Then at least my mother got to do the driving without there having to be a big discussion about that. My father used to keep an exact record of all the mileage traveled and how much gas it took, so he could figure out later how many miles per gallon he was getting and at what cost. And all in such a beautiful hand with a good pen. The notebooks were wonderful to look at and appeared precious. When I was moving out of my first apartment, Ted and Ed vied to see who could pack the trunk full of stuff better and faster. Then we all went to have some drinks at the Orchidea, and Ted had a grasshopper. The sun is shining really brightly now. Yesterday, Bryce, Claire's husband, drove me down to nursery school with Jonas and Marie because Claire went to New York to take care of her mother. When we got to the dirt road that goes to the school, the truck swerved off a little and got stuck on the ice. The road was so icy when we tried to walk, none of us could stand up. Then Kara and her father told us there wasn't any school anyways. Now's the best time to be a mother. Everybody's hungry. When we first get home, Marie wants another orange. She asks for it 3 times before she got her coat off. Sophia needs lunch before her nap. Louis coffee, bread, and butter. Clark and I went beers, and I guess it's too early, so we just share one. David once told me it was probably dangerous to drink more than 11 cups of coffee a day. When I first went to see him, I drank a lot of coffee because I had to get up early to meet my appointments, which he thought was healthy. For me, though it wasn't very early. The first time we kissed, he said, "You have sweet breath." And then, once later, he began to make love and he said, "You like it."
Is Joyce? Okay.
Clark hasn't taken off his coat and now he has to go. The bushel of apples has candy canes too, and some honey and cheese. Anne Bradstreet had 8 children. She lived in Boston around 1650, and the manuscript of her first book of poems was taken to England and published without her knowing anything about it. Her father was the governor of Massachusetts, and after she died, her husband was too. Louis goes into his room to work. Someone said, Harriet Beecher Stowe became quite crazy towards the end of her life and pretended she was selling matches on the street.
Margaret Fuller was an egomaniac and said at one point she had at last decided she accepted the universe. Then Carlyle evidently said it was a good thing she did. Now there's so much to do for a while. A lot of little things, getting the objects out of the bag, peeling oranges, making some space to slice bread, washing the tray, and to find a clean cup and to have to deal with the awful sink. I don't even look up. There's a window in the kitchen. Rudy Burkhart says a lot of his photographs are all looking down at an angle, maybe influenced by Yvonne, who paints views looking down from the way up in an airplane. He says his look down from about 5 feet 9 inches. It's so automatic at this time of day to do some of the same things. I feel like a machine. Ed loved emergencies. He said he wanted to be a machine. I wonder if he still does. Wilder wants to participate, but one time Barry's girlfriend Britta, who lived upstairs, fainted dead away, and Ed resuscitated her. But before he did, he told me to get somebody on the phone, but I couldn't find the phone and panicked, and I didn't find out till much later that Barry and Britta didn't have a phone because they were always completely broke. Marie asked me what do turtles eat, then squirrels, rabbits, and lions. I tell her lions eat meat. Dr. Inkau, who's an anthroposophist, which means he adheres to the philosophy of Rudolf Steiner, said children shouldn't have any meat until they're 3 years old. It makes them too brittle. He says people are either hard or soft, and when he examines you, he gently feels your forearm and fingers. Lewis's niece, Joanna, was eating liver from a jar when she was 2 months old. Margaret Mead says everybody's different ways of taking care of babies is a symptom of the American custom of never doing anything your mother or father did, which has something to do with the pioneers. It's a sign of separation. Giraffes are vegetarians, and they chew the cud like cows. Sophia eats lunch playfully. She reminds me of a penguin, or porpoise, or a whale, or Buddha. A couple of weeks ago, a bird got caught in the closet that has our air and water heaters in it. Then, when we looked again, so we could throw a pillowcase over it and pick it up and release it, as we once had to do with a pigeon who walked into Lewis's room through the open window, it was gone. I don't know how it got out. At Clark's house in the summer, birds came in so frequently because there wasn't a screen door. I made a net like a butterfly net with a stick and a bag of onions. Came in, and then I would catch the bird and slide a piece of cardboard underneath the net and take the bird outside. Clark's house has such big windows, sometimes the birds fly at them and dash themselves hard against the glass. Sometimes they are only stunned, but once in a while they get hurt. I stayed a couple of times while Clark and Susan were in California. Marie pretends she's diving and swimming in a sea or pool of newspapers she's thrown around. She jumps from boxes of Ted's books in the kitchen. Once, I was carried out by the current of the ocean at Rockaway, and I had to be rescued by a lifeguard. Though I was still afloat and hadn't had a chance to try to swim back to shore, one of the girls I was with panicked and began to go under. The lifeguard swam with one arm and pulled me back.
I chop onions for the sauce. St. Augustine hated the Greek language. My sister was supposed to be a Greek scholar and get a doctorate in classics from Harvard. She had a Woodrow Wilson fellowship, but instead she decided she wanted to paint. I learned Greek from a nun at New Rochelle who taught us to sing the language in tones like Swedish. Once in Greek class, one of the other students told me I had always reminded her of Antigone. She said this the day John Kennedy was murdered. It was a Friday, and I had to ride to New York after class from a guy from Astoria who went to Iona and eventually became a policeman. When Marie talks now, it sounds tonal like Swedish. It used to sound unaccented like French. Marie's painting with tempera colors. Raphael once told me he thought Diane de Prima's work was difficult and somewhat crazy until he read mine, though he's sympathetic and sees our writing as a symptom of what he thinks of as the crazy times. William Shire surely wouldn't like my work. He says Gertrude Stein was a megalomaniac and the ugliest woman he ever saw, and that her writing is just silly. I wonder what he'd thought what he'd have thought of Margaret Fuller Ossoli. Barry told Clark I shouldn't write about Lennox, and he didn't like Lennox. Someone else said I was no longer a true experimentalist. Alex once said that my writing was rude, and Les thought my photographs in memory were too pretty. Marie's paintings are bright and done quickly. She is trying to execute a face. Susan said that after her father died, her mother seemed to change and to become more relaxed. I remember my sister and me trying to encourage my mother to remarry, and she would always say, "Who would want me?" Then later she would say, "Don't ever marry Bernadette. Join the convent." But she meant because it's easier, I think. I see feathers floating down from the pigeons on the roof. When Sophia was born, it was 6 in the morning, and the pigeons were cooing like roosters. The midwife Betty said Philip, meaning the doctor, would like that sound, but he hadn't come yet because he'd gotten caught in a blizzard without his snow tires, and he had to drive really slowly. After a long labor, Sophia began to come really suddenly, but from what the midwife had told the doctor previously, he thought he had more time. He got there right after Sophia was born. But all the time she was about to be born, in between contractions, the midwife would run to the window and look for his car. Then I would call her back. It's time for Sophia's nap. She needs to have her diaper changed first. My cousin Florence had 2 children in a flimsy small new house in Central Islip, Long Island. Her husband Nick, who always wore black, spent all his money at the racetrack. Once 2 of my uncles followed him there and saw he was with another woman. Though Nick and Florence could not get divorced because Florence was a Catholic, they began to live apart. Everybody in the family said he was a bad apple. Up till then, the people who were whispered about were Uncle Charlie, my father's brother, who never married his wife Grace, who was an alcoholic and bore the only son who had the Mayer name, and Uncle Ken, who was a Lutheran and who induced his wife to practice birth control. In Lewis's family, there are 2 cousins who fell in love and lived together, Jerry and Bonnie. Jerry had a wife and 2 children before, and his mother, Fanny, doesn't approve of Bonnie, but Uncle Sammy, Bonnie's father, says he thinks it's okay. But then Lewis's mother, who is Fanny and Sammy's sister, says what else could he say? He must make the best of it. Sophia goes to sleep. She's attached to her pink blanket. Once Yuki called me up and invited me to go ice skating. He didn't know Lewis and I had just begun to live together. I haven't ice skated since a retreat I went on in high school. We skated on a pond in the woods at night. It was a silent retreat, but when the nuns went to bed, all the girls would get together and sing Chantilly Lace. Marie says she wants to read a book before I fix the rest of the dinner. Verlaine had a terrible life. He was poor, kind of a vagabond. His wife forbade him to see his son. He had an affair with Rimbaud, and he died of many different diseases. For years, he was so sick, he used to spend the winters in the hospital. He was famous, and his son edited his works. Lewis was just reading a biography of him. We read Betsy and the Doctor, where Betsy falls out of a tree while she's at nursery school and hits her head on a stone. She goes to the doctor, and not only does she have to have stitches, but an injection in her head as well. Once an old friend of mine was driving me to the airport, and she crashed into a taxi at Broadway and Houston Street. My head hit the windshield, and when the police came, they told me I should say I'm a model and sue. They called an ambulance, but at the hospital, they only ripped the cut apart in a rough way and rubbed it with something. Then later, a doctor had to remove the glass from my head after the cut was healed, and it was only the day after the accident I realized it was my knee that was fractured. And my friend Kathy told me maybe I did it on purpose. She said she was mad at me because she thought I might have slept with her boyfriend, who was my sister's ex-husband. You can't even see the scar. I love chopping vegetables, where you do something to make something that is one idiosyncratic thing into many things, all looking the same or identical, much like the vegetable's original seeds. How rapt attention is to doing this as if it were a story. I remember Bill saying how he and Beverly, when they began to be short of money, couldn't understand why, when Clark wanted to buy Susan a Cuisinart, she said she didn't want one. Everything is edible. It's a long story. Coins or cubes or tree rings of carrots like the slices of trees that are tables in the library yard, canoes of celery like the clergy or something with strings attached, miniature trees of broccoli, and if you're poor enough to want to cook the whole plant, there are inevitable tree stumps that look like primitive clouds. Moses used to have cauliflower ears, now covered by curls like grated carrots, last quarter moons of onions, or bloated apostrophes, crumpled papers with typographical errors of chopped spinach or greens, unseaworthy boats of rigid turnip in which the survivors resort to cannibalism rather than eat the odoriferous boats, railroad ties for French fries, sleepers, the third estate, the common people, Oldenburgs to go into stew, or a peasantish flying saucer for a meatloaf, or the flapping wings of the memory of rich pounded veal, where I am crushing flesh between waxed paper with a hammer in the kitchen if I can afford it, the commas of the cheapest small onions for the sauce, the olive oil's drops on the map of the pot of tomatoes, love letters, just letters, oops, of the straight pasta, and the poons in the soup with Twombly's, arbitrary split moons of the half peas, the camera lenses of the lentils, homogenized script of the mass rice, foreplay with the nice knife at butter. My mother used to have a pressure cooker, but she made it clear she was afraid it would explode. When she cooked carrots in it, she had a habit of saying, "It's too bad, they taste earthy." We're only having spaghetti. Once on my mother's birthday, which was April 4th, we went for a picnic to Clarence Fonstock State Park, and I refused to get out of the car. She also had a habit of regretting she hadn't married somebody rich, like the man who used to take me out in a taxi. Bright sun is on everything. It's on the ice on the roofs, on the wet street, on Marie in the kitchen. It's making parallels on the walls of the rooms. I like to play poker. Poe was an incessant gambler, and Hawthorne got in trouble for gambling at school. Once I made a bluff so large I blushed, but I got away with it and won $40.
Matt's not here right now. Fiona, do you want to read? Okay. So start here.
Marie spilled her milk again. No use crying over spilled milk. Wittgenstein says there is no such thing as a private language. I think it would be worth trying to make one. Sol Kripke solved the liar's paradox, but I cannot understand his solution. Wittgenstein's house was furnished with old crates, though he was not poor. And when he came to eat at your house, he would wash all the clean dishes over again himself before the meal because he was afraid they were not really clean. Once Louis had a job teaching a rich woman to write, and when I came home, I saw a filthy glass filled with water on the table. He said he had given it to her to drink. I think I'll have a beer. As a child, Louis had something wrong with his eyes, which they now call amblyopia. Both his eyes didn't function at once, and you have to wear a patch over the good eye to exercise a bad eye. Louis thinks someday maybe he'll be blind, and our daughters and I will have to read aloud to him all his abstruse books on Jewish mysticism, just like Milton. He hasn't even read the New Testament yet, but he recently asked me where Christ was born. There's that cloud again muttering in the organized blue sky of love about diffidence. Sometimes as a child, when I was out visiting relatives and I was bored and wanted to go home, I would throw up. Hard to do because my aunt made chocolate cake with orange flavoring and iced tea with orange juice in it, and jello with slices of orange. My sister used to get bloody noses. I call nursery school to find out when they'll be closed for Christmas and talk to Barbara about Hanukkah. Margaret Fuller married an Italian revolutionary named Count Ossoli and had a child when she was 37. Ship to come to New York, Margaret was so filled with foreboding she could not walk. The ship sank off the coast of Fire Island, and she and her family were killed. Frank O'Hara was killed in an accident on Fire Island when he was also 40 years old. I cleaned the cutting board with a cloth and remember something so awful I can't relate it. Now 2 things, not to ever tell them, but just to say they have to do with jealousy. I can say stories are always remembered. After all, they're not just made up like a dream. They're like dreams made to conform to the structure of remembering what is not a dream. I used to live with my first boyfriend in an unused kitchen in his family's house in Long Island City. They were a big Italian family. Bob's grandmother lived with them, and they'd converted the basement into a big kitchen where we ate important meals and listened to the grandmother's stories of how her husband, when he first came to America, shot a man who made a pass at her or knifed him and had to go to jail. He had been a street cleaner, and she had a bad back and slept on a bed that was a board and had to wear a complicated corset. After my uncle died, Bob's family wound up taking care of me after trying to feed me steaks and keep me warm and to, as they put it, keep my mind off things. So I took summer courses in psychology at Hunter. A Bolognese doctor they had sent me said there was nothing wrong with me. A good slap wouldn't cure. And the day I got out of the hospital in Queens, where I had seen a woman die, I saw a man hit by a car and thrown 100 feet into the air. Bob had an uncle who had an ulcer and always drank milk and secretly smoked. And another uncle who was a tool and dye worker who died of something everyone in the family said was caused by his having eaten in too many Puerto Rican joints. Bob's sister nursed babies discreetly with a diaper over her shoulder to cover her breast, and her husband had a compost heap and grew the best vegetables. He was a carpenter named Bucky Presti. Bob's sister's best friend Carolyn was killed in a car accident. We slept in the kitchen practicing onanism, but every time I began to seem crazy enough to collapse again, I was just pregnant. I make a note of what we'll eat for the next 3 days since the stores will be closed for Christmas. All this time I was living with Bob and his family. I was trying to live with my grandfather in Ridgewood, but the house only reminded me of death, and my grandfather insisted that all the lights be out after 9 o'clock. He'd come into my room, but he never could remember who I was, and he would call me Marie. When I went out at night, he would double lock the door so I couldn't get back in. The sauce is done. Then I went to visit a girlfriend of mine who was going to a Jesuit college in Syracuse. When I came home, Bob met me at the airport. It was the first time I'd flown, and I had fallen in love with someone, and that was Ed. We went back to my house in Ridgewood. This was when I was trying to go to Barnard, but it took me 2 hours to get there. Bob's mother had given me a wedding shower because my grandfather had given me my mother's diamond ring, and she took that to mean we were engaged since she was worried anyway I'd get pregnant before we got married, though she was relieved that Bob wasn't queer after all. I didn't know anything about birth control. We had set a date for the wedding and arranged a reception, but the place we were going to have it burned down. Bob's mother worked as a maker of wedding gowns. So that night in my house, I told Bob to watch me sleep because I was afraid to sleep otherwise. In the middle of the night, I sat up in bed, he said, and asked him a question. After that, he always understood that I was no longer in love with him. I didn't know what Ed wanted to do, but a couple days later, he came to my house and said, "I want to live with you. Meet me in 2 weeks." The night before I was supposed to leave, I went out with Grace, who a while before had been in such a bad car accident she was still walking with a cane. We went to a bar and I left with a minor league baseball player who had an MG. Grace left with somebody else, and we met later at my house. I missed the taxi I had called to make the early plane, but I caught a later one, and when Grace woke up in my house all alone, my grandfather mistook her for me, even though she has red hair, and he called her Bernie. When Grace left, my neighbor Tex told her he'd seen the taxi and wondered what was going on. He's the one who had said when my father died, "Who's that?" Now the dinner's ready. Marie says I want to say foodie to Daddy. When Edmund was about 4 months old, and Anselm must have been 2, I visited Ted and Alice in Chicago, and it was Ted's 40th birthday. He made us cry, and Edmund was crying too, and Anselm was locked in his room in the morning because otherwise he wouldn't stay in bed just like Marie. Marie and I talk about the weather while we eat together. Sophia's still asleep and Louis is eating in his room. When the sun is out there, there are reflections on the ceiling of Marie's juice in a cup or my beer in a glass. A million times I remember seeing something moving in the peripheries of my vision just like this and wondering what is that, and being awed to find out it's really something instead of just nothing. Once I remember walking the length of a loft I lived in a state of nervousness and seeing something which did turn out to be a mouse, and then seeing something else which was my own reflection in the gray TV screen. As a child, it was always interesting to go home tired in the back seat of a car at night. The shadows and the wash of other cars, which is still waves even when I hear them now. But the best remembered perfection was the well-being of the feeling of lying awake through the night, some hot night as a child, thinking that the heat ought to keep limbs from touching, and then floating from memory like a person on the sea. This food is all eaten too fast. There were the designs of kitchen linoleum, then in yellow and green, and even in the bathroom, wallpaper covered with hazardous designs. A meticulous florid space to contemplate how one's finger might run over the pattern in a systematic way, to put it to memory so later when the beds have to be made, and you want to make a point of not doing as you're told. It's Saturday morning, you can run that pattern automatically with a finger on your stunned thigh. I ask, are you finished? You seem to want mine. There's only time left to tell how the floors met the walls and we saw centipedes all the time crawling across the carpets, which were green beneath the blue glass table, which was a mirror with a plate of balls on it. The window, which on some days we cleaned, but not too well, so we wouldn't fall out like my mother did. Someone else's mother did, and she died, but my sister fell out once with a piece of cheese in her hand. But she was so embarrassed and ashamed she didn't tell anyone, and just got up after I had tried to compare with her how sex for us might be different. But then we got into trouble again and resorted to the cellar to tear each other's hair out and teach tongue kissing. Marie says, let's read a book or something. Once I dreamed I answered the door, and it was Ted and Charles Olson, who was black. Charles was black, Ted was Ted Berrigan. The hall was covered with broken glass from Olson's having bumped his head on the transom. We all went to see Bill Berkson. We took him with us to wait for Robert Browning bus, which had brown and white checks on it. It didn't stop, so we walked to Bloomingdale's. I was pushing a carriage. Ted became part of the carriage, and I couldn't get over the curb because he was a person and had no wheels. The whole thing turns over, but he doesn't get hurt. I buy a pair of earrings that are so heavy they make me dizzy. I steal $10. We read Betty Bear. It's the story of a toy panda bear who decides he ought to live in a cave, but he can't fall asleep there because it's cold and he's nervous, and then he just falls down and can't move because he needs to be wound up again by the child to whom he belongs, a boy named Thayer. I've had dreams that Rosemary becomes the editor of the New York Times and has a son, that I am a Marine and Bill Berkson is the head of my reserve unit, that Godard dies and comes back to life to make a movie, that Henry Miller shoots George Wallace, that Grace is in the Electoral College, that Picasso lives on Saturn, that Hawthorne turns into a white chicken, that Peggy has an aunt named Lemortelemont Martine, that Ron trusted me, that I show John Cage the map for world improvement on my scarf, that Louis Warsh falls on the railroad tracks in 1969. I tell Marie a dream I had. I was floating down a river drinking Heinekens when I saw Grandma, who was patting John on the back. Then Louis and Peggy had to go somewhere together, and I had to go and give a poetry reading, but somebody told me it would take 3 hours to get there, which meant I would miss my dinner. But I didn't care because I don't like to eat alone anyway. I stopped some cars on the West Side Highway to try and get a ride, but the drivers were all mad, and then I realized it was California, where Moses lives, I had to get to, which would take 3 hours by plane, not by car. Then Patti Smith came in and turned off the TV. Someone made some remarks about women in art. I didn't tell Marie the rest of the story, which goes, when I got to the plane, I was told I had to be the pilot, but I kept postponing boarding because I didn't want anybody to tell me what to do. Then the stewardess wouldn't let me into the cockpit of the jet because she said someone who looks like you could never be supposed to be the pilot of the plane. Then the whole cockpit with all the co-pilots in it started crashing through the nose of the plane. Somebody seemed to catch it by the hair, and Marie got scared and started running towards me, crying, "Mommy." We read The Tiny Tawny Kitten next. It's the story of a cat who is afraid of everything. It's a cat. She watches all kinds of cats out at night from her window. The lean, lanky alley cat, the spotted meat market cat, the gray rat catcher cat, and the striped firehouse cat. And the tiny tawny kitten was afraid, it says. Then what happens to her is once she unconsciously lashes out with her claws at an old loud dog and hisses at him, she becomes brave after that, and even sleeps with him. Once I had a dream I was fighting in Vietnam. We were men and women. Other women kissed our hands. We were not called women. Our guns were filled with putty for ammunition. Often they wouldn't fire. The battles were planned. We would fight for a few minutes and rest for a few hours. Most of the enemy shot themselves and not us. We were on a houseboat. There were many poets as guests. Big dog, little dog. Two dogs named Ted and Fred do everything the opposite of each other. They go to the mountains and get rooms in a small hotel. The big dog gets a bed that's too small, and the little dog gets one that's too big. Neither of them can sleep. The next day, a bird suggests to them they trade rooms. Both dogs go back to sleep for the rest of the day. That is all there is of that story. John Wayne wrote a letter to Barbara Walters saying Patty Hearst is being discriminated against because she is rich. He says if the 900 people in Guyana can be brainwashed to commit mass suicide, then surely one pretty little girl could be coerced to rob a branch bank. The Three Little Pigs. 3 pigs who have hair on their chins are too poor to continue to live with their mother. They must support themselves. 2 of them get eaten by the wolf because they build their houses out of flimsy materials. The 3rd pig, who has a brick house, which he got by posing as a cripple, winds up boiling the wolf alive and eating him. Admiral Byrd was the first person to spend the winter alone at the South Pole. For a while, he did well and wrote a lot of speculations on the nature of the universe. Then the stove in his hut began to poison him with fumes. He would collapse all the time and had to force himself to eat. He kept the heat on only enough to survive, and as the winter got colder, ice began to cover the walls, ceilings, and even the floor. He told his men nothing was wrong, but his messages in code reached them as indecipherable gibberish half the time, so they made a trip in the dark to rescue him. Katie Taylor? So you're starting here.
Marie's asleep. Sekhmet, the wife of Ptah, said, "When I slay men, my heart rejoices," depicted with the head of a lioness. She was so brutal and unrelenting that to save the human race from extermination, Ra spread across the bloody battlefield 7,000 jugs of a magic potion made of beer and pomegranate juice. Sekhmet, who was thirsty, mistook it for human blood and became too drunk to continue slaughtering men. The human race was saved, but to appease Sekhmet, Ra decreed that on the 12th day of the first month of winter there should be brewed in her honor as many jugs of the filter as there were priestesses of the sun. Hostile, hostile is the 12th, says the calendar of the lucky and unlucky days. Avoid seeing a mouse on this day, for it is the day when Ra gave the order to Sekhmet. Popped out of the fire. A girl lived there with her brother and her grandfather. Though the girl slept alone every night, some person came to sleep with her. The person who came to sleep with her never spoke. He came to her there a long time, and then the girl became pregnant. She did not say anything of it. She was afraid to. Now, this is what she thought.
I will paint my hand. That is the way I will find out who it may be. Indeed, that is what she did. And then in the night, she hugged him. She put her hand on his back. Now the people, men, were going to come out of the sweat house where they were sleeping. And so she watched in secret. And then all of those people, men, came out. Indeed, now she learned who it was, her own older brother who was sleeping with her. Then the girl became sick from shame and grief. She no longer ate. And then she died. And also he died. He starved himself in his shame and grief. And that is why he died too. When she died, her father laid her upon the fire, and he held an Indian blanket, and the old man spoke thus: "Pop out onto this here." Sure enough, the baby popped out from her scorching corpse. Now its grandfather brought it up. Septimus Felton was a character from Hawthorne's who tried to create an elixir from some old Indian recipes of his aunt's and the secret information given to him by a soldier he shot during the Revolutionary War. On the soldier's grave, a red flower grew. It was supposed to have been the last ingredient. Sanguinarius, bloodroot, growing from the heart of a young man violently killed. But the flower was a hoax planted by the Englishman's lover who seduced Septimus and helped him make the potion, which was now a deadly poison. Then she drank it, confessed all, and died. Then Hawthorne intimates that Septimus, who loved knowledge too much, inherited the English soldier's estate and became a boring landowner whose descendants had dull and lifeless eyes. Joshua, the son of Nun, sent men to Jericho to spy for him. They went to the house of a harlot named Rahab. She hid them from the king because she said she knew the Lord had given them the land and had dried up the water of the Red Sea for them. In exchange for her help, they agreed to spare her and her family from annihilation if she would hang a scarlet thread from her window. I steal from the bed not to waken Marie. She's happy to sleep, but will wake up angry. Sophia will wake up feeling good unless she's cold. In the morning, it sun shines, which now it hardly ever does. Sophia gestures with grace towards the eastern window in her room. I set fire to the end of a cigarette and look out the kitchen window at the mess of ice on the trees, streets, and roofs. No geese flying south. It's the awful solstice. This morning, the axis of the earth began what the papers call its slow tilting return. The sun will last 1 minute longer, and the nights will be shorter. Lately, when the sun sets, it breaks through the hat of cloud on the sky like a person on the street who only glances at you, and then it begins to snow. The sun catches your eye. A calm sentence like a story. I used to know a man who had a dog, and I followed their steps in the snow. I got into the habit of walking just as far as they did every day. At the same time, I also knew a woman whose husband had 7 guns. I used to know a woman who's the woman who married Neil Simon. I like the woman who used to work in the Lenox market. She never wears boots. Then she retired. In New England, the women are often more exciting than the men. Lewis thinks so too. I don't know why. There's a tribe somewhere where people say about the men, "Look how he's changed since he's had children. He looks awful." Then soldiers came to relinquish and not fortify the wall, and a meal was made of fish from the brazen sea and wine in vessels of brass, and of every day that remained its work required that the day be a woman, and that the woman be pretending to be another woman, that anger is the father, and anger is the child, death is food, to remember history, to tell, a big fat man with a white beard in a red suit who eats what we eat and is never cold, even though he flies around the whole world in only air. Dear mother, the church is still cold. The language into which we put the order of stories from this kind of memory is a mesmerization of sins like the ones I made up, which were my first stories, because when I still had reason to confess, I was free of even the banality of my tales, though told with love, and I could imagine coming up with enough lack of perfection to commit them, or even obsessively put them in writing, like a letter to a judge when I'm in prison, rather than just to speak them to one man who was a story in himself, a kind of outfit of supposed love, which could turn into enmity or even lechery out of love, another love, in a minute. A story of the moment of the mystical body and cannibalistic frenzy, laced with fierce and beautiful singing of songs in loud, strong, weak, guilty, and innocent voices, below the organ, tagging along behind the desire for a fantastic, transforming love of what is beauty or rituals, idolatry of mystery among our historical family, all present in the church, though late, to tell us what to do next and how to have the pride to proceed. Not the pride of devils who are fallen angels, but the pride of angels who are faithful, who subsume all love of other and hide, and the hideousness of possession under the vaulted ceiling, which is standing for the life, where the mind is like a sky over the earth, and men and women are homeostatic expressions of a universe given for a while to their multitudinous ideas of fateful love, land as homes and principles, and the principles of family and families and food, and the righteousness that activates the strongest of what's left of the men and women after wars are finished, to excite the rest to some belief in gratuitous love and the inevitability of the sublime, because life for almost everyone has its moments, and but for that, the whole thing is somewhat dead already. This was my great confusion. The history of every historical thing, including God, but not including all men and women individually, is a violent mess like this ice. But for the spaces even hunchbacked history has allowed in between the famous and loud for something that's defined as what does please us, which is perhaps this story of an intimate family, though you won't believe or will be unable to love it, driven to research love's limits in its present solitude, as if each man or woman in the world was only one person with everything I've mentioned separate in him, or she didn't represent any history at all. He or she had stories to tell and was just sitting kind of crazily before an open window in midwinter, or thinking of the celebrating supper, or sleeping on the independent bed, or in the enclosed crib, which in history could only be relentlessly plundered, in story a sensational death, perhaps. I am like a woman who says I am another woman, or a man who says I am another man. They sleep to rest, because we know another like a story. Then we rest to recover something already gotten from what might be called its mother and father. Next, our genius will amaze us like the rest we've had to discover of all we might ever be able to know. But not before, as the story goes. The ones who will discover it will be mythically lost, having suffered, wanting to unearth more than there is from what history is supposed to be, less than a baby, or the terrible criminal repeating memory which slows us down like a race a swift attack, a current of water in a river, or the ocean's more famous undertow. This window of mine, too badly designed to let air in, yet too large to make sense. I only feel cold, and I'm still here before it, young enough, but still a mother, old enough to end the story that might have ended before me. I have the sensation of waiting. You should call and tell me how the rest might go, like an important letter, a whole different matter. If I only knew what I need to know, you call and I say in some way, I might already know about it. I expected it. That's a story that might happen today. I don't dare to end as death is still bewildering. Love might be a trick and you are another. But to be beginning, I'll only say that to have you as love is like the history of this idiosyncrasy. Syn- idiosyncrasy. I can't pronounce that today. If if that is not a story, then I have so far listened so much, and now I'm beginning to be able to say something, which is another story. Am surprised.
It's getting dark. What's this desire? Sophia's awake. She slept late. She's not calm. She sounds hungry. Marie, having slept lightly, awakens. She cries. Sophia points to a banana. Marie's thirsty. The sun begins to set. For a moment, the room is pink. Soon the snow will be blue. Branches thin out before the bright light. Light glances off the tops of cars parked on ice like glass. Snow describes a pattern on a series of roofs. There's no one around. Lewis comes in. Marie says, we've got to have Talking Heads dance music. Close to the lower sun, more pink and more red, no clouds, isolation. Something red, a barn, the brightest part of the picture. Red brake lights, Marie says, are stars on the moving cars. The wet street is red. Lewis dances with Marie. Sophia's caught by the light that's left, gold eyes, wide brown almonds. Half her face is in darkness. Her mouth is partly open. She's about to move her hand toward me. She stops. There's a blank sweetness in her interest. Marie stands behind her in the darkening light, her bright shirt. She grins. Sophia moves forward as if to leap or spring. Marie stiffens and pulls in her lips. It's a pose. Everything is red, even daydreaming, biology, wildlife, Freud. Sophia says yes. Marie gestures wildly with her arms in the air and pushes her chest out. She has Snoopy on her shirt. She says no. Marie dances, red and blue. She's thoughtful. It's a running dance, stepping like an Indian, the toes of each foot touch the floor before the sole and heel. Her eyes are open wide. She looks suddenly older. It's an arrogant dance. She turns, her hair flies, hands clasped together, elbows bending out in the balance of the turn. I catch her eye. We eat supper. It's rye bread and cheese. Marie says, I want to cut paper. She grabs a candy cane from the bushel of apples. Sophia grabs her cup and handles it well. Marie sees herself in the darkened window. She smiles. She's lost the candy. We have a beer. We talk about a book and a grant. Sophia scratches at the wax on the cheese. Lewis makes faces. She eats small pieces of the soft cheese with her fingers. Maria says children have candy. My name is Betsy. You'll get sticky. She calls Sophia baby brother. It's from a book. She says, here's a mountain I made. I cut it sharp and thick. Sophia plays with the butter. Marie says Jessica said nar for star, and I'm afraid of the light. Sophia sits on my lap playing with markers. She pulls them from a jar, opens them, and puts them back. She does it repeatedly. Marie falls down. Marie builds a farm from blocks. She puts 2 cows in a stall. Sophia takes them. Marie says, "Don't destroy my farm." Sophia walks. They shout. Marie wants Louis to read Curious George. He doesn't want to. She says, "Try it. What should we do with the bushel of apples?" Louis says, "I'm not a pillow." Then Marie does. They read The Little Lamb. He says to her, "There's a worm in your shirt. I'll get it out." She says, "Now say a snail." Sophia tries to draw. She looks like a cat sitting upright, feet straight out wide apart, arm extended to drop a marker in the jar. Marie begins to pull away. Marie bends over, her chin between her knees. Sophia looks supplicating. She leans over, holds up a marker, and stares at it. There is a single sentence, as if on the shade, though we have none. Marie, wearing just a shirt, one knee against her chest, her other leg folded underneath her, is concentrated on the jar. It was only a sentence formed of phrases left by a dream. Louis lies on the bed. He takes off his glasses. He looks exhausted. His hand mentions me. He looks at me. Maria makes a drawing of continuous circles. The floor is strewn with toys. The words are moving off like a line on the outside. It's just opinions, like a vision, royally wide. I sit on the bed and for a moment I close my eyes. There's a butterfly behind me. This is the introduction to love. She said the snow was a buffalo. I want to take a picture before the yellow willow, but I couldn't be seeing anything, not to despair. Marie says she's pretending to be a baby. She drops her sheet into the toilet. Sophia says something that sounds like, "What's this?" The sentence was more like a meditation. It was nothing. The dreams are so momentary. 2 weeks from now, the whole story would be different, but I can't say it would be a different story. I want to get high. Marie says she has both a penis and a vagina. She puts a ruler between her legs. She says, "This ruler is a hunt," and it goes clap. It's summer and I'm hunting again. When I kiss her goodnight, she says, "That was a hit kiss." The sentence was, "I don't want to stand around with you if you don't adore me." I read her a story. I'll stand. You lean your arm on my shoulder, full of camaraderie. Then you pull my hand down to feel your penis. It's not like the frost on the window, which reminds me of the walls of the Admiral's hut. I sit with Marie, listening to her be against sleep and then breathing sleep. I look at drawings of a lion and a peacock, a print of a woman, a poster of a tiger, a cardboard cutout of a peach. There's also a lemon and a turkey. I would have told you all those stories if you had been on my shoulder, as you were, or with me. That was why I wrote them down. Sometimes the story changes in remembering, like the threat of extinction, shrinking forests, quarks, quasars, and black holes, dirty snowballs, and anti-rocks in space. I long for childhood to recite this introduction to love. It's so long. Sophia's hands are covered with the colors of the markers. She cries when she's dressed. I wash her hands. You sing a song. You change her diaper. We're impatient. She drinks some juice. She says a word repeatedly that we don't understand. It takes so long, and everyone tells me you're better off not eating the food you buy. Each kind of food is tainted. Then why do we husband it? Rosemary calls. She'll come on Sunday. Sophia goes to bed with her blanket and a meekness we all kiss. It's been a mild winter. Nothing to it. I have all the time in the world. I've forgotten where and who I am, like fiction, though winter's just beginning. It goes both fast and slow. My idea of it is lost like a movie scene for the second or third time. Not the winter, everything. I think sometimes no image is allowed but the image of love. Also, no other noun. You're standing in the kitchen making coffee. Why is my civilized coat so dark and so little an answer to whether the rhythms of these words are sudden enough, like American, or too much so, or moving? We are being quiet, like the introduction to the opening theme at the beginning of the opera's overture. Snow's coherence, nowhere to go. Sophia's not asleep yet. Could it be this whole thing is only about children? It surprises me when Marie still doesn't understand something. I'm so assumed she is like you. When will I begin? Now you know me. The children are Buddhas. I don't know why I can't even like the idea. I'm lost because I can't stand on my head. I am writing you a letter. It begins. Dear Lewis, I know nothing is not an amazing thing to say. I do know nothing. I don't know what anything is. I'm lost among everything, which is a green word, and I know that everything is loss of meaning, red and green. My compliments to you.
I am going to do something. A yellow word with some brown and green in the sum and a main gray in the thing. Whatever I do, I will have done it, knowing nothing. That's all blue gray among everything, which is not always the same like the sum of something. Always had red in it, and so does same, not so some. Red has green in it, and only blue is blue. Orange has red in it. Anyone will tell you that. I'm tired of being brilliant in this way, like a tree. So were Mallarmé and Rimbaud, the lover of Verlaine, whose name has all. William Shakespeare has almost all the colors, and so does Bernadette Mayer, but I am a little bit darker. Clark Coolidge is predominantly tan, and Lewis Warsh has many brownish yellows and one primary. There is much charm in it, and it isn't dark at all. Ted and Alice are different. Berrigan like Bernadette, Alice like the V of Verlaine, or like alive. Each word leaps in this way. I dream I've forgotten all about it. Then I myself leap up. What shall I do? I'm not to do it yet, but I do it already. I cannot not do it. I do it all the time. It's always the same thing. You see, I see it all the time. There is a beauty in description which comes before this. Detail as love. I can't wait. To make creation apter to perceive. I want to celebrate. I know the rest of the night will be as devoted to work as love as I'm now resting in this expensive sentence. And in the end, I'll spend it fast writing to you anyway, addressing you and a solution or night, beginning like a letter, just a few words more freely, seeing everything more clearly than the rest of life. And love tends to be like windows facing mostly south, but surrounding us. I'm thinking of you. There's an arrow. Am I continuing? Falling down is a translation I offer you. I have a feeling I want to be adored. Is poetry a luxury? I won't defend it. I'll change my tone of voice to share the rest, but I won't end it. At the moment, everything seems to either fall down or stand up. Leaves have fallen, at least in the past. No one gives credence to our lack of strategy, and the placement in an indefensible spot of our random looking house, like the price of food or spices at the store, though I don't defend eating, like the truth of pleasure told to one's mother. Lentils, onions, and potatoes are not expensive this year. Carrots aren't either. I can take it or leave it, like the paper I write on lost, like the bottle with a note in the sea of what they call oceanic feelings. I'm not romantic at all. I'm always scared of a fire. I'm as familiar as you are with romantic love. Listen, I had this idea before I met you, but after we kissed in the car, when I insisted on driving you right to the door, though you said you could easily walk, it was only around the block to someday become spendthrift of emotion as any girl or woman. No, I don't mean that. I have this idea now to imitate you, though I do it in secret, and attribute simple love to your idea of pleasure. But before that, I had an idea to write a book that would translate the detail of thought from a day to language like a dream transformed to read as it does everything, a book that would end before it started in time, to prove the day, like the dream, has everything in it, to do this without remembering, like a dream, inciting, writing continuously for as long as you can stand up. Till you fall down, like in a story, to show and possess everything we know, because having it all at once is performing a magical service for survival by the use of the mind like memory. To be existing, to be existing and practicing as a poet. No, I can't say that. In the past of the West and maybe further, poets told stories. They sang. They wrote epics. They composed for occasions. Inherent in the history of our lives together, since I, all the while wanting to write this book, met you, is a story. I don't know if I can tell it. I'll go as fast as I can on the occasion of this day. Amidst the immodest disasters of our hooligan times, you were born to a family in the Bronx in 1944. No, I can't do it. It's too much like, this is your life. Maybe the time you threw Anne and Kathy out of our house and I threw a bottle and broke the window. Remember the feeling of being hemmed in by the snow? Did I ever tell you about how Nick used to say, if he saw two glasses on the table, who have you been sleeping with? David used to say, if you could tell the story of exactly what is happening, it would be amazing, but I can't do it. Besides, remembering is past approval. Even today, I remember when Sophia was born and she lay on the bed before she made a sound, like a warrior sprung from the ground or Athena from the head of Zeus. We did dance, you and I, and go to anybody's parties. We would celebrate. We would be inside this house of not remembering. We would be shocked as innocence remembers where we used to sleep. We would gradually give nights recuperating balance to the day, not ever trusting to have enough time. We would obsessively count kinds of days. One of us would remember another version of a story about the other. We would sleep and dream. We're only inside this or that house. It would have an extra room this time. We would dream the same or a complementary thing. Well, we'd wonder about this isolation. We would eventually begin to dance with our daughters. We would change to become less lost to the rest we hadn't seen. For all love's blinding, we would still lose nothing. It's in the ribbons of her hair.
It's actually the post-its got messed up, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the ones.
So you're next. Sorry.
No, it's fine.
It's like this is
I
my
couldn't
frosting
imagine.
part.
Yeah.
Okay.
The short ones.
So when I write of love, I write of binding referendums, bankruptcy intent, industrialists, utilities, and sales, the petitions of a citizens group, transportation, births, corrections, the downtown mall, the toy fund, the predictions of the meteorologist, hearing aid discounts, oil price increases, ice fishing, diplomatic ties with China, an exploding oil depot in Rhodesia, a controversial nuclear physicist, South Africa's resources of chrome and Russia's stores of platinum and tin, intercontinental ballistic missiles, Mexican oil, student assemblies, mobile homes uprooted by strong winds, book sales, Chris Evert's engagement, the uses of trees on the banks of reservoirs, the victory of the Cleveland Cavaliers and how the Sabres beat the Flames. I write of artists, auto technicians, babysitters, bookkeepers, child care workers, companions, conference managers, cooks, dental assistants and receptionists, designers, electricians, English teachers, hairdressers, maintenance men and women, medical secretaries, mold makers, night clerks, nurses, oil burner service technicians, program directors, programmer trainees, public health nurses, registered nurses, secretaries, ski salesmen and saleswomen, substitute teachers, waitresses, and waiters. I write of bribery and surgery, changes in the sentencing of criminals, a plan to change garbage to industrial steam, the Pope's speech about his first trip, jet hijackings, price rises, a recession, the People's Temple hit list, the finding of the House Assassinations Committee, a high-level mission to Taipei, Taiwan, new federal oil industry regulations, freed North Korean political prisoners, the Strategic Arms Limitation Treaty, the tree warden, the windstorm, the ice. A select men's meeting, disco dancers, a recipe for a pineapple coffee wreath, a consultant to a toy manufacturer, Victorian doll houses, the art of wood carvers, the extradition of a former FBI spy, a Colombian novelist human rights group, a singing fairy, red and silver foxes, drugs to lower the level of cholesterol, discrepancies in reports of a midair crash, marriages, inquiries, public notices, the financial default of the city of Cleveland, inflation, the OTB simulcast bid, the defeat of the Knicks by the Hawks, Army allegedly breaking recruiting rules, the Nets loss to the Rockets, King's arrest for drunk driving and cocaine, Rick Barry's outburst of anger at the fans, minimum wages, apartheid, the United Nations, inflation, widespread default on bank loans, the fight at the meeting of the Women's Bank, the gasoline tax plan, dictaphone stock gains, the merger of the Continental Phone with Executone, Napoleon's eclairs, tarts, and tortas. Reborn Christians, women in the JCs, the Council on Aging protesting teachers, a nuclear power plant, high school violence, the inventor of earmuffs, free ski lessons, speeding, drunken driving, and accidental deaths, carolers, a graphics firm, window paintings, air pollution emission, foreclosures, a report of missing gold, gangs, crashes, frauds, bombed buildings, the crisis in Iran, information from the surface of Venus, a bus hit by a train, remade movies, a papal message censored in Poland, the murder of a Basque militant leader, collages, operas, stages, the soft shoe, romantic films, the writers of Superman, Clint Eastwood with a monkey, bad plots, old jazz musicians, Russian body mime 2, Soviet films, expensive restaurants, RKO, MGM, progressive rock experimentation, Japanese architecture, chamber music, auctions, Andy Warhol and Red Grooms, a lost anarchist novelist, contract bridge, biographies, the Bible, documentaries, cosmology, and the Balinese dance, Bernadette.
I write this love as all transition, as if I'm in instinctual flight. A small ladybug with only 2 black dots on its back climbs like a blind turtle on my pen and begins to drink ink in the light of tradition. We're allowed to crowd love in like a significant myth. Resting still on paper, I remember being bitten by a spider. It was like feeling what they call the life of the mind, stinging my thigh like Dante, this guilty beetle. It's a frightening thing when it shows its wings and leaps like the story of a woman who once in this house said the world was like a madhouse, cold winds blowing, and life looks like some malignant disease viewed from the heights of reason, which I don't believe in. I know the place, taken by tradition, is like superstition. And even what they call the literary leaves, less for love, I know. Ice. I know backwards the grief of life like chance. If I can say that, I can say easily I know you, like the progression from memory to what they call freedom or reason, though it's not reason at all. It's an ideal, like anarchism, though it's not an ideal. It's a kind of time that has flown away from causes, or gotten loose from them, pried loose, or used them up, gotten away. No one knows why. Nothing happens. There is no reason. There's no dream. It's not inherited, like peace, but it's not peace. There's no beginning, like religion, but it's not God. It's more like middle age or humor, without elucidation, like greeting card verse. This love is a recognized occasion. I know you like, I know many times. As if I were God and gave you birth. If I can say that, I can say I am Ra, who drew from himself to give birth to Geb and Nut, Isis and Osiris, though it isn't decorous to say this. Instead, I say, you are the resource for my sense of decorum, knowing you as Ra knew the great of magic, his imaginary wife, and without recourse to love, men and women are like tears. I would lose my memory. I would sleep 12 hours. I would wake up and get into my boat with my scribe. I would study the 12 hours of the day, spending an hour in each. I would have a secret name. I would rush upon the guilty without pity, till the goddess of my eye and her vengeance overwhelmed my own rage. As you and I take turns in love's anger like the royal children, born every morning to die that night. I know you speak, and are is suddenly forgiven. It's the consequence of love's having no cause. Then we wonder what to say, what we can say. I can say, I turn formally to love to spend the day. To you to form the night as what I know. An image of love allows what I can't say. Sun's lost in the window, and love is below. Love is the same and does not keep that name. I keep that name, and I am not the same. A shadow of ice exchanges the color of light. Love's figure to begin the absent night.
So you guys were reading. Oh, 99 is first Sarah. Yeah. Okay, good. We just want to make sure you're here.
In Yucatan, we write all night, in the literal love and experimental ways. I've met a lot of people who think I should write novels. I wonder what I'll look like when I'm old. We put the food away. I lie down and think how we still need diapers and beer. I begin to dream I'm an undertaker. There are numerous funerals. A wriggler is the larva of a mosquito. There's a person who cannot write. A point on a map or a diagram. A symbol for a kiss or kisses in letters. The Roman numeral 10. It's Xmas again. 2 black undertakers I see close up. Wait for me to follow them like Christ. A person or thing unrevealed. Xenon. A sign of multiplication or an abscissa. I see Rita. I see all the young poets in the room with me. They're drinking all the beer. There's only apple juice left. Gerard's gotten fat. I don't undertake or understand it. Then I meet Ed. He says he had the same dream as I did. He's seen the same undertakers. X marks the spot. This morning, Lewis dreamed He was going to San Francisco, California, on a train all alone. I dream I'm on a train that's not on its tracks, it's askew. I drop a burning cigarette ash on the steps of an indoor fire escape, and when I try to stamp it out, the whole escape flies away from the building it's attached to. I'd better call Mr. Hatch and get it all fixed. I meet a woman who says, "Do you want some feedback on your meal?" I've got stockings on, like the ones Ray gave me. She hoped I wouldn't mind that they were hers. They get stuck in some machine which is functioning under the table. Then another woman gets me some other ones, red inflatable nylon stockings from the People's Republic of China. Like the new soy sauce we bought, Superior Soy. I'm a boy again. I follow 2 men into the subway. It's the undertakers. I shout to them to wait for me. Then I remember, one of them is just an ember. He's a man who's already dead, like the need, to know what's going on in the world. But not so much you forget where you are. Like a fiction, a religion, or a wholesale agitator, I wake up, less rested than relieved. I'll never have to undertake to go through that again. I hate dates and their significance in death's memories. Arbitrary yearly meetings with pre-Xmas dreams in life. I call up Peggy, it's her birthday, and she's had a bad dream. She's depressed about the holidays, and I can't remember anything. We have an enlivening talk about craving sleep, and the clues in our dreams full of mothers and fathers. We feel better. We'll get together for the new year up here. What is reading and writing? I have to go to the cold grocery store. It's an icy night. The nicest man in town says, "Have a nice weekend." At the package store, Mr. Young Wheeler is talking to a woman who says, "I'm past the childbearing age." And then she says, "Just like my washing machine." She looks young to me, and I'm not like a machine. I see one of the hairdressers getting into his American sports car. He says, "Getting ready for the holidays?" Destitutorily, I say, "I see what you mean." I slip on the ice. Ice on the trees is lit by streetlights. There's no moon yet. I slip because I'm racing. By now for fear, will I ever get home? What is reading and writing? This pledge to get to the desk which opens? It's a piece of wood like a boat, carved and cut and hinged and screwed, to hold up the weight of my hands and arms. The typewriter and the beer. I have a mirror. I'm between 2 windows, which makes it so cold. I have to wear a down vest when I write. I'm lucky to have one.
Wagner felt he had to wear satin dressing gowns in order to compose. I am ashamed that death obsesses me, but death is just the usual. The obsessiveness is something I won at poker, where I'm remembering what's been played so I can play my hand so no one ever dies. How preoccupying is the wish to include all or to leave all out. Some say either wish is against a poem or art. I'm asking, is it an insane wish? To be besieged, beset with, to have to sit with, to be harassed, obsessed, to be possessed or ruled by? I am confused by fear, perfection, and love, this poem, order, mourning, vigilance, and beer, and cigarettes, and directness, or clarity, words, truth, or writing, or the sublime. Every day, these apologies are what they call under control. I've no respect for their repetitious logic. And though I'm obsessed with keeping track of where you are in the house or out of it, I rarely clean it thoroughly. Having gotten older, I'm obsessed with how I look, but I don't pay attention to it either. The structure of the past has always given me the feeling that as long as things are okay, there's a rhythm to that, which chances are won't be broken. But once something awful happens, then you're in for it, as it doesn't fit. That's why I like recovering, and I'm always doing it, But when I think each time I write a line, I know someone I know won't approve of it, I begin to wonder about my mother. My mother thought it was opals that brought bad luck. Many people then used to say, people die in threes. My mother said, even if you try to get rid of an opal, it will bring you trouble. Lucky Chaucer said, I have great wonder, be this light, how I can live. I was going to tell about garbage and how taking it down to the yard ought to be a lucky pleasure, at least compared to any other place I've taken garbage down to. But like recovering from an illness or grief and rejoicing for a while in a new ordinary way of being, and then forgetting you were ever sick or aggrieved, pleasure without any change becomes a chore. There's some old hat division of labor to change the subject. Lewis has become so good at dealing with it, I mean the garbage, and I do cook the dinners. But what I meant to say was just the way it's impressive and new to visit friends who surprise you by being attentive and fastidious to one thing and not another, and I wish then to imitate them for a while, because it seems there might be something to it. So I wish I was more like the young woman the papers said today was confused. She hijacked a plane in an attempt to free the same prisoner her mother was killed trying to free in another hijacking. I guess I'm already a little like her. The papers said the prisoner was her mother's lover, and he'd convinced the girl he was her father, though she had no way of knowing. In the hijacking, she became exhausted and lost her stubborn will to keep the passengers prisoner on the plane. And when she was arrested in what the papers called her alleged attempt, she was alone, and there's a picture of the girl on the arms of the police before the cold Illinois photographers. She's put a coat over her head. Now it's inevitable she'll go to prison, but for a plea that a person as young as she, with all the confusion in her life, had no idea what she was doing. So, animistically, I wonder sometimes if what I've got tied to my back is more like her harmless railroad flares than this anger of the explosion of a real dynamite which might endanger others, the innocent others who are always standing around. What in fact are they doing? Aren't they thinking enough not to be in the vicinity of a misled killer to be like you or me? What does it look like? Lately, Lewis and I have been running out of matches. In Massachusetts, it's legal to buy strike anywheres. I'm exhausted, as the girl who is not a myth. I ask Lewis for the matches, and he says he ate them. Like a hungry Iranian demonstrator on the Tehran streets, shouting, "Death to the Shah."
Sorry. All right. David once convinced me I thought I had eaten my parents. To add insult to injury is a phrase that has always interested me. So I might say, when my mother got sick with the disease from which she died, she said it was probably all our fault. Because in what they call in court, our attempt to love, we had in fact punched her. I read some old writer who says to learn about life, you have to be in court or in camp. This is what obsessions are. For anyone who doesn't already know what it means, when you wash your hands, you still have yet to wash what you touched while you were beginning to wash them. And in the end, there's no end but forgetting, or to die in a frenzy of unremitting love, or take heroin, or keep a stash of it for dying, like the Antarctic explorers, or like double agents in movies, or even plain soldiers, or emotions-jaded hijackers. Though freezing to death is said to be euphoric, and Scott wrote 12 letters while he died at the pole, but not like the people in Guyana, who died of cyanide and Kool-Aid and bubonic plague type contortions or on the bodies of their children. Wait, I thought I was going to talk about reading and writing and not the desire to renew love to life in proportion to obsession by endless fucking to reveal. In Yokuntown, we write all night. Not that it's natural or even known about, just to fill up some space as existence is generous and frenzied, and to alight in a certain spot outside to write, Like a bird migrating or returning, this town is now a feeding station, as it once was just a tavern or an inn on the road between two places more well known. Now the space is filled. What of overpopulation? We don't pretend to die, but we write invisibly, hoarding our time and cherishing our family. We don't even want to be famous, but we do hope to survive. We meet in the hallway, which becomes the road. Between the rooms in which we write, we publish books and a magazine. United Artists. We sell our letters. We apply for grants. Louis' parents send us $150 every month, which is enough for food. Writing is a need, and when there's time, a pleasure. Living together on the schedules of babies and the country's luxury, our lives are circumscribed. We lack distractions. At random, we have visitors, usually all at once. Some people don't seem to like the children, and when they come to see us, they ignore them, as if the sentient children were as unintentional as our presence in ironic New England. Some say this place is too pretty or too clean, not Marxist or Leninist or Maoist enough. Why live anywhere? Some people must live somewhere, or cannot or do not want to move. Everywhere there is has everything there is to look at. Some are even afraid to move. I understand that. Perhaps I've thought a bit too much about it. It's San Francisco I always thought was too pretty, but not these small, cold hills. Often someone walks in the door, and the first thing they say is, "Why do you live here, among these tight-ass Yankees in the cold?" I say, "It's best it's me who does. I'm just as close-mouthed, secretive, and stodgy as any Yankee in my way. I'd love to work and pay the hideous price of seeking infinite knowledge in this orphan place with its changing light, pure air, temperature, extremes of weather's drama, beauty of the self-denial hills and sybarite trees, marshes, bogs, swamps, rocks, caves, and small towns, scenes of glacial happenings, still part of the world. Everywhere, a somewhere, like expression as far as I can see, though I'm not the type who minds the cold, and in the past I've been told I'm just as cold and in winter dark and unchanging as these coldly charming hills, whose visages alarmed Nathaniel Hawthorne, a man. If we endeavor to speak thus, as nervous as I, Jesus!
I don't mind the beauty of it all at all. Some say the life we have is wrong because we've been lucky and don't work in a factory or at a seated job. But it's petty to spend poetry complaining unless I'm a pilgrim in the Canterbury Tales, and then I could say anything. Just so because we're married, don't dismiss us. Don't forget to include us in all the gay anthologies as a family. We are still crazy and repentant and rushing the gorgeous past as the ice creeps into the house. If again I've said too much, maybe the rest is as if it were simple, but I can't defend our hearts tongue in cheek as if they were recalcitrant to love and we'd already begin to look alike. We always were as we've become, alternating in our habits, at once rushing to be loved ridiculously freely, at once hiding the place of love in the closet, the doors of which are never closed, so the children call it the airport, as coincidences. Simple complications, decorum, and the order of meetings astound us more up or over here. Is is all this too abstract? Just to clear some space as if in the kitchen and not really clean? Is loving to be outside the same as love? Just walking and inheriting plain movement from relative time, which is accurate, unlike volume and distance, for measuring even love, the way something in the distance stays the same, and you might say, those clouds are chasing me. It might not prevent me from ceasing to love only you. Love prevents my knowing some loves are overwhelming, like the unknown but fashionable perfection, atomic clock. I say there is nothing, even a small town with nothing in it and nothing to talk to stop me loving you. A song, I am bewildered then by death. We all read all about it like fear, as if every day we make sure, like another, to put in time being crazy for fear. We will not ever die. We won't lose our touch for death. And every time I think I've got it down, I learn I'm not for death at all. I am depressed like a plant, by midwinters intransient, as if it were like a baby, without my enlightening daring or soft skin. I know the purpose of human stubbornness because I know the person. But what's this unemotional, drastic nature of the place? The only answer I can think of is I know I didn't have to learn to love you. So I only see the headless winter as a spectacular or boring thing, not like saying fuck you in rage. The fallen tree, no analogy to age or disease, but all as explicit surprise. And if you knew all about it, you'd find it in your emotion to excite plain seeing. You had probably left out the most important part, mistaking the sights for an audience.
I think I know the trees will never love me, and we're here as accidentally to eat, sleep, and work in an ordinary way, to be astonished by will as time is slow to be, amazed by speed and pleasure, frantic natures as fast and reactionary as writing in lines, to learn what I once began to do and then left off, like a baby's talent for walking at birth. I still try to go too fast, as if the press of everything were identical. I type up a poem and head for home, clear letters on androgynous paper. I sit at the family table where it's a struggle to create both staminate and pistolate in the same inflorescence of cluster. I feel a great impatience. All the people in my family have sensuous lips. I say like a man or woman who does head home with all that dirt under my nails. I know nothing but the lassitude of love. Half an hour after sunset, all the windows are frozen shut, like psychology. I have to hammer the sides with my fists to get them to open. Often I wonder if I think the same things I thought as a child, when I didn't know the future of a form. Now I look different. For a woman to look different is still more difficult, though each moving being who changes thinks, than for the man of the tribe. A tribe is one of three from the Latin into which the Romans were originally divided: Latin, Sabine, Etruscan. And the tribe, together with families, slaves, and adopted strangers, meant a recognized community plus a form of the future to become, like the phylae of ancient Greece, or the 12 divisions of the Israelites, or any group of people or animals or plants, with some of the same habits and ideas, like the futures of the women who may think they've lost their charms, or the men who think they've changed beyond recognition, like a community or a person who thinks, if only we could all get some sleep, like Chaucer, or a Latin Sabine, or Etruscan mother, who didn't have the time, chance, education, or notion to write some poetry, so I could know what she thought about things. There are some who did anyway. There's Anne Bradstreet and Cy Guy, Elizabeth Barrett Browning, Alice Notley and me, Adrienne Rich, Sylvia Plath, Anne Sexton, Eleanor Wiley, Louise Bogan, Dennis Levertov. There's Barbara Guest, H.D. and Harriet Beecher Stowe, Maureen Owen, Nikki Giovanni, Diane DePrima, Murasaki Shikibu, Fanny Howe and Susan Howe, Muriel Rukasur, Mina Loy, Lorene Nedeker, Gwendolyn Brooks, Marina Svetaeva, and Anna Akhmatova. There's Rebecca Wright, and the Saints. I read in the papers that women live longer because they don't do all of this, and as they begin to become more like men in all these ways, they'll die equally soon.
I forgot to mention George Sand as if death were not life, and I was dressed as a man, racing around as a woman among a race of women, too relegated before to birth like Shelley, and a division of labor into whatever it was or is, to write a secret history
for desire to be like food. Touching history with desire for history to be like food. On the table in the light of the window, it's shared. There are some things we cannot say. No, I can't say that. The awful presence of the obvious, abdicated time, never relents in its demands to speak all at once. Because, but for that, there's the chance the rest of what's begun to be lost might be lost, like putting all one's bushels in an apple forever, like the story changed or forgotten to make a priestly transformation in the lives of people and in their words, like an ordinance imposed in proud moments by tellers of tales or by politicians to a purpose. This present future, old as it is an inaccessible time where idiosyncratic Western women, most from what they call the privileged classes, but not only those, are beginning to write enough so that everyone can find a chair in heaven. I say he or she, even in history, probably never knew before who's crying. Who's crying in Parliament of Women? I won't mention. The prices of spices, because talents are equal to inheritance and love, following the rules. But still, the stunning stone of a girl is less carved. There's no way around it. Not that life is any wilder, let loose from a woman than from a man. We are all descendants of sexes in varying clothing, nor is the abomination of form ever less than the loving constrictions of the great ones of any kind of health, class, or time. After all, writing and the genius of poetry only holds up half the sky, like a woman born to a social occasion, become a battle or a war for change, like Freud and Sappho. You sent me a meal once in this pot I still have, where, in among that, I can only be as great as Shakespeare or Milton or Chaucer or Dante, or any of the others I have the pleasure of knowing all about. But the meal I mention, which had only been pot roast with gravy and potatoes, not less remembered, is worshipped and defended whenever I see men in trees. And I want to be a worker in trees. Winter long, I would paint in the city if I see a cityscape. And from what I saw, I even want to be involved in photorealist painting, airbrush painting, pattern painting, and proposals for sculptures, performances, photos and texts, color field painting, new image painting, silkscreen collage, and watercolors, monoprints, landscapes, lithographs, etchings, body art, silver point, pop art, op art, nudes, California funk art, frescoes, floor sculpture, all kinds of wall pieces and shaped canvases, outdoor projects, snow sculptures, and still lifes, architectural drawings, and post-minimalist sculpture, sky sculpture, all kinds of oils and figure painting, woodblock prints, murals, bronzes and monuments, tapestries, mobiles, seascapes, poster art and films, minimal painting, precisionist painting, formalist painting, new realist painting, minimal sculpture, abstraction expressionism, even video art, narrative art, paper reliefs, and the aquatints, flower painting, wood carvings, sketches and calligraphy, egg tempera paintings, graffiti and olive photography, process art, grid paintings, stripe paintings, light art, happenings, kinetic sculpture, environmental sculpture, and pastels, ceramics, multimedia presentations, portraits, social realism, and collages. I would even discover roughly adrenaline, air conditioning, a satellite of Pluto, supermassive objects in the center of galaxies, the airplane, the jet propulsion airplane, the helicopters, mass spectrography of stable isotopes, penicillin, insulin, and its production by bacteria, antimatter, the depths that fish inhabit, the Polaroid land camera, the all-electronic numerical integrator and calculator, the digital computer, cloning, the cultivation of truffles, the conditioned reflex, the cyclotron, the neon lamp, deuterium, Celanese fibers, polyesters, and polyamides, the double helical structure of DNA, the tungsten filament,
The equivalents of mass and energy, the mercury vapor lamp. Nylon, heat death. Recumbent DNA techniques. The laser, the store program computer concept. Test tube babies, antiviral drugs, restriction enzymes, paper in the loom, neutron-induced radiation, nuclear fission, the ballpoint cosmetics, the crossbow, a drop in the sun's temperature, the first gamma-ray spectral line, the rings of Uranus, sulfur ions around Jupiter, a mouse with a hammer chromosome, a mouse derived from 6 parents, radar, nuclear reactors, the vacuum electron tube, sound motion pictures, protons, positrons, polio vaccine, gunpowder, and the forked plow, the rotary internal commutation engine, the gyro compass, intelligence testing, natural satellites of asteroids, a cure for travelers' diarrhea, the automatic rifle, psychoanalysis, the special and general theories of relativity, alpha and beta particle radiation, gamma radiation, vitamins, color film with 3 emulsion layers, electron microscopes, geometry, synthetic plastic, the polymerization process, quantum theory, the Wassermann test, the flush toilet, solar weather links, a pocket-sized 3-dimensional camera, sulfa drugs, military tanks, tractors, transistors, TVs, the uncertainty principle, the Van Allen radiation belt. 0, the wheel, Lucifer yellow, charm quarks, and supernova. An end to locust plagues, the reason for the East Coast booms, the synthesis of transuranic elements including fermium, americium, einsteinium, curium, berkelium, and californium, animal pre-science of earthquakes, gravity waves, antiprotons, the nature of schizophrenia, and the first known noon marker of summer solstice. I would close my red eyes like copper and watch you by the atomic clock, to have the luxury to love, at least in theory, indivisibly for a time, invisibly, for a time in the sweetest exchanges, as if the world were not engaged. You go out for cigarettes, as if love is not the food of those of us satisfied to write, to lend urgency, pleasure to sing, to celebrate, to inspire, to reveal. You put on your gotten shoes and coat in an image and say you will be right back while you're out. Oh, I'm supposed to stop. Is there a stop? Oh, I see. My bad.
Okay, I'll go back. I got lost. I would close my red eyes like copper and watch you by the atomic clock, to have the luxury to love, at least in theory, indivisibly for a time in the sweetest exchanges. As if the world were not enraged, you go out for cigarettes, as if love is not the food of those of us satisfied enough to write, to lend urgency, pleasure, to sing, to celebrate, to inspire, to reveal. You put on your gotten shoes and coat in an image and say you will be right back. While you're out, love is stored in intensest house, this cave of it. We go too fast, switched from the speed of variegated love, writings married and fallen in with family, though it's more exhausting to love to write than to pursue what might have been described about the past as being fast. Sometimes we feel like fools, lunatics, paranoid hermits having manic flights, with nothing coming of it, no invitations to cocktails or tea with the whole American Indian nation, no request to write a column for the Post, no demands for words, for occasions, for public celebrations, or for mourning, for invocations for grief, for change. But each night, craving any sweet joy, we still hope to live a long time. Hurry, you say, and we love to hurry, but not to speed up the night. To be rushed to be kissed, to be irrationally married to words and produce wildness like a child or two, not grown up yet, perfection, a genius not going as fast as the speed of the past again, where everyone is thought to be another to this day, like a letter. We never forget, like a letter we never forget about. We run from place to place to answer it. Love is coveted. We have no need of the commandments, alone in the house among the secrets. We still work to tell. Without pause, there is a purpose. Anyone does it who is knowing all about it. How far can I go with it getting away with How far can I go with it getting away with it before I die the fool? And if I die, will I have missed something? And am I always the same? Though now I'm 2 or even 4, I wish to be more. I don't know why. I don't like to buy Christmas presents. But if I had some money today, I would buy love surprises and present them to the people on my list. They are Louis and Ray, Harry, Sophia and Marie, all the Warshes, Rosemary Mayer, Margaret DeCourcy, Grace Murphy, Alice Notley, Ted and Anselm and Edmund Barragan, Raphael Sawyer, Lynn O'Hare and Moses and Bill Berkson, Bill, Beverly, Marnie and Arden Corbett, Simon Shushat, Clark, Celia and Susan Coolidge, Paul and Nancy Metcalf, Bob and Eileen Callahan, Bill Kushner, Charlotte Carter, Bob and Allie Rosenthal and Rochelle Kraut, John Enselin, Ed Friedman, Kenward Emsley, Susan Noel, Meg Simon, Joe Brainerd, Rudy Burkhart, Ed and Tom Bowes and Harris, and Charlie Vermont, whose 33rd birthday it is, and many other people I've seen and known. Now Louis has come home. I thought I was going to write a story of my theories tonight, not this desirous essay on art and home, this alarming dictionary of reformist love. Is it safe to say that knowing my notebook, the moon is coming up, I have something to do with that. Tonight, the Shah of Iran is not watching his 40-inch TV, and what might be the dread implications of overwhelming power has become a confusion of the magic wishes of everyone and the titillating knowledge of almost everything lost before in the complicated stories of dreams. Where the moment is supreme, so joint with the past, found an awakening to love of rearranging this world at best at random translated. By the eyes of ice to a detail of truth. Something is divorced. We wait to see what happens. We hope it's not a war or suffering, and that the women will shake off the veil in the myriad future of our still revolutionary, munificent dreams. Our lust for surprise benefiting us like the sun, like the supplicating weather we fear, may suddenly change from what it is to another ice age, but not before the climate warms undetectably, forcing us all to move to the moon. There we gather supplies in airtight containers, force ideas, from dreams to develop the craft of sleep, keep in touch with what's happening, wonder at nature, emergencies, extreme heat, cold and unassailably new beauty, births, unusual time exposures of the earth, intercourse, sex, copulation, fucking. I think I wrote this in the dark. There's a light in my eyes afterwards by chance, like a family. That dumb street light like the moon shines in my one window out of 9 in the house with its green, white town, pinkish light, rich in ultraviolet and actinic rays. And with my eyes, I'm reading a paper on us fucking in mercury vapor. I found I was finding another position for the diaphragm, like the curtain, like the moon's oval pebbles, under the exciting microscope of the Western world. I speak out loud against it. Other lights in the town might be broken by accident or widespread vandalism, but they're too high and look like Christ on the cross with the hands of an eyes fluorescent fish, like a talent unspotlit and queer. To be me is to be queer, sleep after death. It's immodesty deriving what from the eyes of the immodest living is offered at the cost of a ruinous leaving. Well, I have to close them. This paid incandescent light is like the vigil of a virgin, last to tell before my eyes all end. From dreams I made sentences, then what I've seen today, then past the past of afternoons of stories like memory, to seeing as a plain introduction to modes of love and reason, then to end, I guess, with love, a method to this winter season. Now I've said this love, it's all I can remember of midwinter day, the 22nd of December. Welcome, sun, at last with thy softer light that takes the bite from winter weather and weaves the random cloth of life together and drives away the long black night.
Thank you, Bernadette, for writing that book. Thank everyone for being here, all the readers. Evan for setting up the sound. All those people who donated. We'll do it again next year. Good night.